join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's put our phones to silence. Commissioner's mic's on. All right, today's October 6th. We'll begin with roll call. Ernest Frankel.
Here.
Here.
Pat Garrett.
Here.
Eric Rosas.
Here.
Pam Keever.
Here. Okay, our next item is public comment. This is the opportunity when someone from the public can come forward with an item that's not on the agenda to ask questions about it or to discuss something that could be pending. Do we have anybody who'd like to speak? Okay. And if you're new to the meetings, we have cards in the back of the room where if you'd like to speak, just fill out a card. It's important that we know your name and your address because that's our record. And we have CMAP here as well to record. Okay, so there being no public comments, we'll go on to informal project review. And this is the time when a project applicant may present his project to the commission for the purpose of gaining information as preliminary feedback only. No formal application is required and no action will be taken at this time. Is there anyone with an informal project review?
Madam Chair, no application has been submitted.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item 4, consent items. We have A, B, and C, approve affidavit of posting agenda. Item B, approve affidavit of posting and mailing public hearing notice. And C, approve minutes of August 4th, 2015 meeting.
I move that we take these separately.
Okay. Shall we take...
The fence painting shouldn't be in there with the...
Should be discussion items.
Yeah, B and C should be for discussion. They're mismarked there.
Are those action or consent? Should I call them consent?
The consent agenda would be just the affidavit of posting. That's the...
Well, the C
But the others...
might be an action. Well, no, because we don't have it in a formal...
Because we're going to consider... We haven't seen them yet.
Or recommending to the Planning Commission? Items B and C?
No,
Well, not the minutes.
I mean, yeah.
We could take A and C if you want.
Let's just take A, B, and C. Your motion, I'll support it. Consider each one independently.
Okay. Let's take item A, approve affidavit of posting agenda.
Move to approve.
Okay.
second.
Make a motion.
Okay. He made the motion, you
Affidavit.
second? Okay.
Second.
Roll call.
Board Member Franco.
Aye.
Board Member Garrett.
Aye.
Board Member Medeiros.
Aye.
Board Member Rosas.
Aye.
Chairman Keever.
Aye.
All members of the board being present, the motion is to advise and it passes unanimously.
Okay. Item B, approve affidavit of posting and mailing public hearing notice.
No,
Don't think we have to do that on the historical. There is no public hearing. Yeah, it's just the action item because
Yes,
you're
that's it.
recommending.
So will we move that to planning?
And then in the Plan Commission, they'll hold the
I'm not
public
even sure that I included minutes, did I?
Yeah, I don't even see
I
that
got
on my
mixed up
agenda.
with mine. The only thing that should be there is approval of the affidavit of posting. I'm
posting,
sorry.
yes.
Oh, I got a different.
But not minutes?
Are there minutes in there for
Yeah.
HRD?
I don't have...
Actually, no, it may
This is
be...
Planning Commission.
Oh, never mind.
That's the Planning Commission.
I'm crazy.
Yeah.
today.
that was...
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll cover that later.
I should preface this meeting by saying we just had another grandchild, so I'm just a little bit cuckoo right now.
congratulations. What do you
Thank
have
you.
statistics on this?
Statistics you want?
There are important things, and I think that should...
All right, he's our fourth grandchild, Jackson Brewski Berry, carries on the family name. He was 6 pounds, 6.5 ounces, born at 6:50 on September 30th. So we're
Congratulations.
okay. So
Now that we have
that
the important stuff done, we can go
Yeah,
to
that
we can get
explains
back
why
to
I'm a little
city
bit
business,
loony. Okay, so then item B,
Is
consider fence paint selections for
Yes.
JJ's. Okay, and recommend to the Planning Commission. So we have a photo of JJ's. And thank you for including that.
And I'm not even sure, again, this is
Do we
a...
have any colors to choose from, or has the applicant, what has the applicant submitted?
I
I think the applicant is content with the white, and it's up to the commission. Yeah.
Well, he or she may be content. The commission isn't. And so either take it down or submit some colors that would be acceptable to the city in the historical district. And I don't think it's our job to tell him what color. It's his job to take it down or come up with some colors that he or she would like to paint it to keep it. That's my position.
Any other comments, Pat?
Not really. Well, you guys want to change the color of the fence? That's powder coated painting on there already.
I think part of the thing here is that the original fence in the historic district got changed, which changed the outlook of the historic district without permission.
There wasn't a fence there, wasn't there?
Yeah. There was it was surrounded
He
by
had
planters
hedges,
and wooden
yeah.
slat fence and hedges, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
Planters and hedges, you know.
They had a picket fence around it.
Picket fence, I think, was around the brewery. right?
Yeah.
David, what do you think?
I'm trying to think, was this in any kind of original plan that
No.
that was brought before us, so this just happened?
Just happened.
Just-
This,
No permit pull.
along with the
And our discussion today is to whether we accept what just happened, or we change the colors of it, or have it removed. I don't know. I mean, it's never been brought before us except for the fact that, is the applicant bringing this before us to ask us this question, or is it just the city asking the question?
The city's
The
asking.
city's asking the question.
So this is really more of a discussion than an action.
Yeah. So
I guess
we're moving on something when people bring it forward, the people of the city of Santa Rosa. But the city is doing this, so this is an action item for the city, period.
Well, the whole
What's our
thing,
decision?
the whole thing come down to, the concrete around that area there wasn't supposed to be poured either. That come in after the fact. They never pulled a permit for that either.
Right.
there's multiple issues. There's the
Pavers.
there's the
The
well,
lack of pavers.
I don't even know that were the pavers part of JJ's or only part
It was
of the
part
brewery.
of the brewery.
Brewery.
So
We didn't consider the whole
when that got
project.
done, it came to the brewery. So the question would be is if the owner of the property at JJ's had come to us and said, hey, I want to change.
Well, the owner is
The owner
Hippolyto.
is the same as the brewery.
Okay, so if they had come to us and said, hey, we want to change the ground cover,
Appearances?
the appearances of the building, would we have asked them to bring it to the Historic Resources Board?
We would ask, bring your plans, because now you're asking the planning commission or the review board.
HRB.
HR, yeah. So I'm saying that did not happen.
That did
This is
not
the city asking us to take action on this. And what is our recommendation to the city to address
Well,
the applicant? I
think
mean, not
this is a-
applicant, but the owner.
This is a perfect reason why we need the historic downtown streetscape, so that everything like that can come before us. We can be sure it'll come before us.
But we gotta be careful too, and not get too rough on these guys, because there's a lot of businesses in San Juan folding up. And we're forcing these people right out of town.
No, I don't disagree, but had there been a little bit of forethought, that could have been ordered in a
Yeah.
color that was more conducive of the downtown.
Well, my feeling, I agree. It should have come before us to choose what should go there. There could have been other different styles of wrought iron. I don't like the white. I'd rather see it black. And if it were black, I could live with it. The other thing is, there's a portion that sticks up at the front of it. I'm not sure why it does, but I would like to see that come down.
Oh, the post on the corner.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the idea of people doing things without consulting.
This is a perfect example of ask forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah.
So
This is-
what are we going to ask our staff to do? What decision are we going to take on this?
I would move to have either the applicant, one of two things, the applicant bring some colors that he or she would use, or
Take that down.
remove it
Notes.
completely.
You gotta get that too. Yeah.
Well, and I think the recommendation, I mean,
To
what
the
do you,
planning commission?
to the HRB would be.
You are the HRB.
Right, well, okay, sorry.
We're the
Us too,
commission,
yes. I mean, the recommendation is, I mean, the things to consider with this particular property is the fence, the stamped cement, I still, I mean, I've looked at that building a couple times. That building was more gray than it was beige before. Any one of those isn't a big thing. Those three collective make a huge impact on on the appearance. And so I think our recommendation is we should be hearing from the owner of the property as to why those things were made without proper authorization before.
So,
And be it he has to apply for a permit, then he has to apply for a permit, or at least bring us something so that we
Right.
can see it.
we can ask staff to do that for us so that we can recommend to the planning commission what we are going to do. Because we don't know, I mean, we'd like to ask the owner to paint it a certain color, but that's not that's not what's bringing before us.
That's not the process.
These are two separate parcels, right? Right. This was not on the original one with the brewery,
Right.
right?
It's on a separate
Totally
parcel.
different.
It's on a separate parcel.
See, the mistake I think we made was
Not taking
because
it.
you had two parcels under single ownership, the whole property should have been taken as a whole, and we would have cleaned up that whole block.
When we did that, yeah.
But
So-
And
What
as
we're
it is,
doing
it's
is
at a
asking him to
standstill.
come back with some colors for the fence.
we'll
Right.
take it down.
He could either come back with white, black, or whatever he wants, and we make the decision
Well,
which one.
forget the
remove-
white, we're telling him, that's not acceptable, that's why he's here. That's why we're here. The other thing too is that we have not had a lot of 100% cooperation from the property owner, from the brewery. So
things seem to
either
be at a standstill.
we stand tough on this and achieve compliance, or we got a problem.
So who actually put this in? Was it Hippolyto or was it JJ?
JJ.
Property
did-
owner takes over.
But he's not the owner.
Property owner takes over.
Property owner, yeah. Okay, then, so we want
So
staff,
I move that we direct staff to ask the property owner to
Appear also.
appear before the next HRB, appear at the next HRB meeting. I'm just thinking
With-
having
with-
submitted a permit or color choices.
with plans of color choices for the fence, and you already know my feelings
Mm-hmm.
of the building color.
Well, but you got, well, okay, but we're talking about the fence today.
Since they didn't come.
Well, I'm taking it as a whole, because it's not just the fence, it's the fact that the fence and the stamped concrete and the building was painted, and all those, any one of those things probably should have come to the HRB. So I know here right now it's the fence, but it really comes down to the property in general. We want to hear from the owner regarding the property in general and changes that have happened without going through the process.
Well, if it'll make it easier, we could suggest color choices that we'd be amenable to?
No.
No?
No,
Well,
it's got to come from the applicant.
We have to just have him bring in a sketch of what he's gonna do and pull a permit.
You go down to the paint shop and they'll give him everything.
I
What
think
if
the
he-
city should approach it the fact, the city should approach the owner saying, you didn't come forward with a permit, thus the city is saying to you, this is what we are asking you to do, to bring it forward so that we can make some decision on it and work together on it. I think that's what we should direct the city staff to do.
Change the color or take it out.
And also not make any more changes until,
Until
Until
a
we make
permit,
the review.
until we see the permits and what have you.
correct.
See, the other thing involved here is we're trying to maintain a quality and ambiance of historical ambiance. And if we start letting it get broken one house, one block at a time, we're going to lose the reason we're trying to make people want to come here. And if we destroy the reason that they should be coming here for, then we're not going to have what we want.
Yeah, I want to make it very clear, first of all, that moving these businesses out, that is not in any way, shape, or form, at least my intent. There are certain things that need to fall in line and certain,
To make it work.
to make it work.
To make the historical project work.
Yes.
Roger, what is the status of the project at the brewery? Is anything happening?
He's waiting for PG&E to complete their plan. We've stopped him from doing any other further work until he gets utilities underground to the
Okay.
property.
And then it'll be landscaping?
We can't, it's not on the
We
agenda,
gave
so we
him a
can't
list
discuss
of
it.
about 30 items, didn't we?
Yeah, no, as
It's not on the agenda, so we can't discuss it.
It's
That's
the
a
same-
different
It's the same property.
But it's a different parcel.
Okay, so
Same
what's our
property.
motion? It's an action item.
You made a motion?
I move that we direct.
Public comment on this?
Yes, please, let's hear from the public.
Sure.
We can vote on it.
Ponce, 93 4th Street. It's obvious that this gentleman is in the wrong. But another question might be asked is, the color that he did pick, is that something that is totally unacceptable to us? Because there's also a process that when somebody does do something without a permit, there's a fine process. We can fine him for not getting a permit. We can double his permit fee. So that's another way we can go. Is the colors really something we don't want? If it's something that maybe might be okay, then we fine him. Okay, you didn't go through the process. You're going to learn what the process now, but it's going to cost you. So in the future, if you do or anybody does anything, you're going to be fined. We already have a process to deal with these things. We're complicating things by just going, bringing people back and spending more time and more money on the thing. If we don't like the color, then we bring them back and say, hey, we don't like the color, you got to do a new color. But if the color is acceptable, then we just fine them. We ain't going to do it again, or somebody else ain't going to do it again. We go through this all the time. We do have controls already for this stuff, but we're not using it. It's just like the seascape thing, it's kind of streetscape. We have things in place to deal with it. We're not enforcing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, the city should have really red tagged them when they found out that was going on. And you didn't red tag him, right, Roger?
No.
See, that way, he's got to stop everything. He couldn't even paint the building.
Are there any other public comments?
That would have been, Pat, hit it right on the head, that's the process.
Well, I think enforcement's our big issue. All right, back to our motion.
I move that we direct city staff to, before I throw that out there, the question is, is it a consensus that we want to see this come back with some ideas of how?
I want him to come back with ideas, but if he doesn't bring back something that I like, he'll have to go back again. I'd like to tell him now. I'd like either black or bronzy kind of color, something old looking. I don't really want a color.
Well, consensus is why it's not acceptable. That's what brought it to the fore to begin with, the color.
The process has been broken in this situation. It hasn't been brought before the review board. So we're asking the city to go back out and work with the owners to see if we get this into our chamber here so that we can make a decision on it. That's all we have to do at this point in time. Because that's what we're making decisions on and making motion on something that's being brought before us. This has only been suggested through our city staff that we need to work on this. So we need to go back to the city staff and tell them what we're asking them to do to follow up on this so that it can have a chance to be brought before us legally or through the process. Basically, that's what we're asking for.
Similar process.
So that we can make a decision.
Similar process to what happened over at the Golden Wheel.
We can't. I don't think I can go out there and tell a guy or tell somebody that they should paint it a certain color because that's our wish.
So Roger should
Because
really
it hasn't been brought before us.
red tag him now and then have him come back to the planning commission.
Yes.
That's the way it should work.
Yeah.
By red
Right,
tag.
Roger?
By red tag.
That means that he's
Stop
got to
work.
stop everything he's doing and then come back and bring
With
plans
permits
to
and what
us,
have you.
what color he wants and the whole thing.
Is that what you
Then
want, commissioners?
then usually what other cities do, they double fine you. If the
That's-
permit's $200, they're going to charge you $400 because you got it without getting a permit.
How is it written if they didn't pull a proper permit? Is it double the fine?
Yeah, that's normal in the building permit, yeah.
Okay. So I move that we have city staff
Address it.
contact
The owner.
contact the owner of the property, inform him that he has violations, subject
he's
to
in violation.
fines,
Right.
and we
In order to
expect-
correct that, he needs to put a permit in and to bring it before us so that we can make a decision on it,
Yes.
which would be hopefully assisting the owner to do the right thing for his property at the time.
Now, that would have
That's
to
it.
go to the original owner, not
That's
JJ.
it.
Right.
That's all we can do.
Is this a consensus or is it a vote?
It's an action
This is a
item.
It's an
motion.
action item.
It's a
This is our
motion, yeah.
So I move all of that.
Okay, I'll second your motion.
Okay, let's vote on that.
All right.
Does the staff understand what we, okay.
Okay, Board Member Franco?
Aye.
Board Member Garrett?
Aye.
Board Member Maderos?
Aye.
Board Member Bertelson?
Aye.
Chairman Rivera?
Aye.
All members of the board being present, the motion is stated by the making process unanimously.
Okay. Item 4C, consider historic downtown district streetscape guidelines and recommend to the planning commission. So we brought this up in August, and then in September it didn't get on the agenda. You didn't get this in your packet.
Is this is it, start to
This
finish?
is what we had in August. I haven't gotten any feedback from anybody. There was one thing I would want to add, and that's fences. So we have the introduction, we have ADA ramps and curbs, benches, bicycle racks, colors. I would like to add fences, light fixtures, planters, roof lines, sidewalks, signage, trash recycling receptacles, and then finally the Historic Resources Board approval.
So page 3, item 117 to 120. It looks like we're going with barrels.
Well, we haven't decided that.
Okay,
That's
Well, that's what's written
proposed-
here.
But this is a draft,
okay,
so we need feedback.
okay.
And you probably got these pictures. The state park has this kind of receptacle. My feeling is that this is more appropriate in the downtown.
Square peg in a round hole.
It's a wine barrel, but it's got a smaller receptacle opening, and it's got an insert. And they're available. Emily Renzel has offered to sponsor at least one in front of her house, her property. But I haven't had any feedback, so.
Well,
The key to it is that we have to keep that opening relatively small to cater to the tourists for the plastic bottles and the trash. It's too big.
Right.
And what we're finding is that the merchants are using it
Yeah.
to everything from their garbage, and they're discontinuing their garbage service. And then our public works has to end up as the garbage service for the downtown area.
Well, it seems
and
like we
Recology
could-
is not doing it.
It seems like we'd be able to pinpoint who's doing that.
We have pinpointed it, and we've confronted them, and
And can't
they
you
still
find
do
them?
it.
Can't find them, or?
No, you don't have any authority other than to say you have to have garbage service, but then they refuse to go to Recology. And Recology doesn't enforce it, so
Yeah.
then it puts it back on our public works staff. So that's the reason why we would intentionally go with smaller orifices.
This one has a
Yeah,
relatively small orifice.
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
yeah, right.
It would seem that is there a city ordinance regarding garbage collection?
Absolutely, yes.
It says that all
So, yeah,
businesses
for
have to
the-
have,
Every resident and business have to have garbage service.
Then we have to start fining.
then is there a fine set up if they don't comply?
Well, I think, wouldn't you use the public health and safety? I mean, if the garbage isn't picked up,
But we don't have the fine ability because it's contracted with Recology, and Recology, they're very passive about it.
Yeah.
when's their contract up?
Yeah.
When is their contract up?
They're asking for a rate increase, aren't they? Coming up, yeah.
Yes, cost of living rate increase, and we just had a 3-year extension on it last year, the existing contract.
Because that would be the time to do it. If you guys won't do it, we'll get somebody who will.
Who else is there?
So Roger, these garbage cans you got now, they're working pretty good, right? You don't have all the garbage you used to have?
Yeah, we don't have the garbage that we used to have.
And it's the same garbage cans the state's got up in the back of the state park,
Yeah.
identical.
And, a lot of the residents that reside upstairs above commercial, they don't subscribe to the garbage, and they go down and at 5 in the morning, I see it, has couches and blankets, and, I mean, it's horrendous
in a
at 5 in
rebel
the morning.
town.
But and maybe I'm missing the mechanism, but if we're saying that all businesses and residents have to have garbage service, and even though it's being done through Recology, how is that any different from saying every dog must be licensed and you have to show us a third-party source for your rabies?
Because the animal control we run, but we do not run the Recology.
No, I understand we don't run Recology, but if they
And Rudy
can't.
has talked to people and says, you have to have garbage service, but we don't have the mechanism to sign it up. I says, well, you got to call Recology, you know?
Oh, because we don't have it direct, because it's not direct through the city to Recology.
Exactly.
Got it.
See, that's a good example. It's like my property up there, the Hawk Creek Plaza. I got all the
Right.
garbage in the back. I
Right.
catch people bringing garbage down from the canyon and dump it in the dumpsters.
Yeah, watch my next door neighbor. He doesn't have garbage service either. But,
So,
but it would
how do you
seem like
control it?
it would seem like if you couldn't show proof of it, the city could force the issue.
It seems that way.
And we're basically the police officer for the garbage service.
I
And
agree.
We enter an agreement there for a franchise service. We don't run the garbage company.
Yeah.
Now, in Hollister, when I was city manager, we ran the garbage company and we could go out and enforce it.
So what's city's contract? What does it stipulate in the contract?
I guess we have to get to the
So
Contract
I
with them
think we
and-
need to go and see what authority or what kind of service we have, and to interpret that, to see if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
It would almost seem like if they're supposed to be enforcing it, then they're in breach of contract.
So what's, yeah. so
And
what
what's the
is-
repercussions of that?
yeah. So.
But I agree with Vanda. Who else do you go with?
Yeah, so I'd like to see that contract. I mean, if it was my city, if I owned the city or I was managing the city, I want to see what's in the contract to tell me what services I'm getting that I'm paying for, and see if that service is not being honored.
Okay. Well,
And
We'll
then,
get to, we'll
take-
investigate
take
that.
action on that.
And I'll get the city attorney to investigate that to see what authority we have to force them. I do know, I talked to Trish, as they're coming in front of the city council for a rate increase on the 20th.
Send it to the planning commission first. We'll take care of it.
So we're still on
Well, we
item
still
C?
have the streetscape.
Yeah, right.
So what are your thoughts?
I think we should continue it
Well,
until we see it finished.
I almost think we need to almost have a workshop and kind of work through this.
I think maybe we do because we haven't been discussing it at meetings.
I mean, I read through it, and I mean, I've got,
And many of those items, we've looked at the design guidelines that cover a whole multitude of issues in the downtown area, as well as residential and commercial. And this could be a chapter in it or integrated into there. I like to think that because this addresses the historical downtown, to make it a separate chapter, you know? And then readopt the design guidelines. The
Portion of
last
the
time the
design.
guidelines were adopted was 2004.
Okay.
now, you wrote this, right, Vanda?
This, yeah.
Okay. Am I, maybe I just haven't read it close enough, is this mostly sidewalk out, or is this, I mean, I see roof lines, but other than that, is this mostly sidewalk out?
Mostly.
Okay.
It's the
Appearance.
It's the ambience of going through the historical district, and what are you going to see?
The outside from the sidewalk out?
Junk lines, or or
Yeah.
something that looks historical.
But a lot of it is related to the city. Do we want street signs going up at any point in the downtown district? Do we want any kind of intersection lines? Do we want to have any say in that? That's just what I'm asking.
Public safety takes on a whole different,
Well, and yes,
Portion
we
of
have
that.
to always consider safety, but even with the ramps, they're a variety of colors. They don't have to be yellow.
Right.
They can be gray, they can be,
red.
I don't know about that.
Well, like I said,
So we're going to get together on this?
I move that we have a workshop
Okay.
and discuss this.
So this is boilerplate from a lot of different places. It's
Yeah.
not much original, but
no, one thing you can add is when somebody puts up hardware on a roof, you can have a nice shiny box on a black roof. That box can be painted to match, so it doesn't stick out.
Should I make a
Hardware?
motion that we,
Public comment,
Yep.
please. Okay, please, public comment. Do we have any speaker
we're coming
cards?
to that, Richard.
We're going to get you a rubber stamp, I think, it's just going to hit the thing.
There's another one.
I can push a button.
For special speakers, yes.
Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. You know that I strongly believe in protecting the historic district, very much. That's what I've done all my life. We already, I believe, have the tools to do that. We're just adding more on top of what we already have.
Okay, which tools?
We have you guys, historical board. Anything that happens in our downtown historical district, you guys are the bosses. You should direct our city manager or anybody that's going to do anything in our downtown district to say, hey, you come to us first. That's all we have to do. We don't need to create some more paperwork. We spent over 2 years on the sign ordinance, okay? What have we done with it? It's still out there. Nobody has enforced it. And we have that tool already. Anything that's on the sidewalk belongs to the city. We control that, and we should know that. Anybody does something on the sidewalk you don't like, you talk to our city manager and you go down and you red tag it, and that'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think a number of those issues that Vanda has drafted in there are applicable to like big dishes that are
Oh, satellite dishes.
that go on roof lines
Yeah.
and outside the thing should be camouflaged and architecturally hidden. Air conditioning units and stuff, you know, those are things that are in the architectural control aspect of it.
This could become just a policy that would basically clarify anything that's already in the guidelines.
Yeah.
Clarify it for the historical district so that, well, I didn't know that, well, now you know. It's historical district and these things apply.
A handout. A handout.
With the design
It's a
guidelines,
policy.
is that policy or is that?
That's policy.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Mariana Thomas. I live at 45 Monterey Street, and I do have a business now in the historic district. And that's why I want to talk to you, because I think we've been putting for a long time the cart before the horse. There are, and I know this now because I have dealt with several landlords who are not responsible for the historic district. There are people who have left buildings empty, and those buildings have a lot of trash around them, and they are an eyesore or areas, premises. I would do everything my next thing is to get a proper sign for my business, and I would do everything to enhance that foot block where I am at 402 3rd. However, you have to realize that business is nowhere. Last weekend, I spoke to a friend who goes to Idlewild all the time, and she said Idlewild has an event every weekend to draw customers. We don't. I think you really are been putting the cart before the horse. I think, yes, some people are not visual, they're irresponsible with signs, etc. But I've certainly been here for 11 years now, and I have tried to do whatever I can to maintain a historic house. I have a lovely little business, and all of a sudden I find out now I have to put a trash can out there. Well, I haven't even had one person buy anything in a month and a half.
Well, you wouldn't have to put a trash can.
Well, I mean, if it's a rule, then I will have to do that.
No, the city would provide the trash cans.
But what I'm saying is, it's not even, I don't get where you're coming from, folks. Because I'm down in the trenches, and I have been for 11 years.
And we're not asking property owners
You
or
know.
business owners to buy cans. That's
Well, it's not, I don't see you dealing, forgive me, I don't know, I'm not saying with a big issue. Okay, so that's all I want to say, because it does affect me, and I have been doing my part.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Thank you, Richard, for always reminding us. Okay, so we've decided then that we want to have a workshop?
I got one more question, like she was talking about, what's really hurting San Juan is you got the Dunkin' Alley's closed, you got the Cut Horse has been closed almost 5 years, you got 2 more shops that are gonna close down. The whole town is just slowly going downhill. And we need to do something that, like she says, to try to get it back going. It's pretty sad that I've seen this town come and go, and it's going faster now than I've ever seen it. I mean, you got 3 big buildings just sitting there, nobody does anything with it.
Well, who would take responsibility for that? Whose job is that?
I don't know, it's not the city, I mean, it's up to the owners of the properties.
It's normally a Chamber of Commerce that would be the one that would be pushing
Well, we had one,
events and
yeah,
stuff.
now what do you have?
I mean, we
Not
need,
even that.
but again, that is the merchant group say, hey, city, we need your help in doing this, and we're going to do that.
But as Mariana says, if they're not taking care of their properties, that looks shabby, and that's something we can do, is to make sure they're still maintaining their properties and keeping them clean.
For a good example, Canardia put in a bocce court down here, and they did a beautiful job on it, down in the pit, and they painted murals all over the walls, and we had close to 200-some people at a party there, and playing bocce. But that's what you need to start trying to get back in San Juan, that people work together. Right now, this town is falling apart.
They do have
We do have a lot of absentee property owners that don't reside here.
And aren't doing much to maintain their properties.
Yeah.
Well, I know when we've been here about 13 years, there were events all the time, and I think people were complaining there were too many events, so it's really hard to find that happy medium.
There is such thing as a neighborhood improvement ordinance. And where I worked before, they had one. And they could come up there and say, hey, your fence is falling, it needs to be fixed up. We have an ordinance, that's the law. This thing looks shabby, it needs to be painted. Now, if we were to get something like that for the historical district or the downtown in general, as soon as you saw a vacant building, trash and garbage and junk in the windows, you'd have the right to go up and say, you got 10 days to clean this up, or we're going to fine you.
But
then the other thing you can do is you can put a lien against the property and really mess somebody
But the
up.
trouble, we passed this sign order. It took 3.5 years to get it off the ground. And we have nobody to enforce the law. The other day I was going down the sidewalk. There's a wagon out in the middle of the street by the bank pointing to the house down below. People were stumbling over top of it. We passed these laws, but nobody followed them up.
Our biggest issue, in the short time I've been here, has always been enforcement. I mean, Rudy and Roger can only do so much.
Can't afford to hire
Right.
somebody.
And
I'm not saying I have the answer. I'm just saying that the problem is, one of the bigger problems, and not just in regards to this, and it's everything. It's where these guys are already stretched. So who's supposed to enforce it?
well, speaking of a workshop, I was thinking Roger mentioned we haven't reviewed the design guidelines since 2004. Maybe that would be the thing to do, but I'm not really inclined to do that because I spent too much time on the sign ordinance. I have little enough time to do it. I don't want to do it. If it's not going to be enforced, if we can't enforce it, I don't know why we're doing it.
It stands, but what you're doing now is clarification and emphasis on certain points that need emphasizing. That's not touching the rest of it. They're just saying, look, we've got these issues as listed, and they should be taken care of.
So do you want to review the design ordinance, design guidelines? Do you want to introduce a new downtown streetscape?
Well, can this be incorporated in the design guidelines? Yeah. I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Then you're going to have to make
Well,
sure.
we should look at the
Attach it to
guidelines
that.
and see if what's appropriate in there already. And not, reinventing or put the cart before the horse.
Right.
See what we've got there that we're able to enforce to the direction we want to go. And everything that we look at to make sure that, from what I'm hearing from the city, to make sure it stimulates business interest.
Yep.
That it encourages that and doesn't get in the way of that. That's one thing we need to look at, and preserving our historical heritage on top of everything else.
Yeah,
So I think we need to review our guidelines and make sure and see if it's not already there and if what needs to be enhanced or improved.
Okay.
We can look to do that, and I think we can do that on our own. Go off and look at our guidelines and what have you, look at our ordinances to make sure we're covered.
Then let's do
Based
that.
on this information that we've gotten now.
The design guidelines are on.
I think
on
the city, I
city's
think the city
website.
is working on that right now,
Yeah.
being that this has come forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Because in your guidelines, there are 8 chapters in there, and there's the
We did the signs.
the non-residents, residential, architectural design.
But that's
for
fine,
multi-
but if nobody enforces it, it's not gonna do us any good.
Right.
That's our problem right now. We pass all these laws and they're not being enforced. I mean, it's not Roger's job to go to each business down there. He's a city manager. You're gonna have to hire somebody to do this.
Well, we don't, we're not in a position right now to recommend to the city council to do
That's
that,
right.
are we?
Exactly. So I think what I'm saying is, we should make a motion on this, that we're doing everything in our power to make sure that we serve our, whatever guidance, whatever ordinances that we have, that's what we're working on. And the only problem we may have with that is that it doesn't encourage business, as far as that goes. And we need to work on that if that's the case. But the other thing I think what Pat is alluded to is how we're going to enforce that. If that's what's coming up all the time, that's something we need to work together with the planning commission and the city council, how we're going to do that.
I think Ernie hit something that has been very sensitive to most commercial districts, is when you promulgate regulations from the top down, there's a resistance to the property owners and business owners. You got to get them involved to where it comes from them up, so that it's self-policing.
Well, we tried
And
that
that's
with
our
the sign
job.
ordinance, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's the feature of a Chamber of Commerce, a San Juan committee, a business owners association, and get them involved to say, hey, this is your community just as much as ours, and we can give you regulations, but if it comes from the top down, generally doesn't
Exactly.
work.
I think that's a very good point. I think the point that's being generated here, we're hearing the city coming to us and saying, what are you guys going to do about it as far as business goes? And my question to the city or to the business owners is, well, bring forward what you think you need to do to generate business so that we can make a motion on that and make it successful for you. What is it that, my thought was, what I heard this morning, what are you doing with your group of merchants that need to generate the business that you need, that you deserve? Is there anything the city can do to
support
encourage that or to support that? We're willing, that's what we're here for.
I think
That's, all we can do. I need to get this out there because we're generated, our motions are generated by permits and anything that comes forward through the city or through our staff. That's all we can do here. If I had a business out there, I would like to do everything I can in my power to keep it going or to generate business. But that's not what the staff, the staff or the city here is at this time, is to listen to what you have to say, how we can do this.
Actually, I should correct.
Bottom line.
The reason I brought this forward is because of a business person.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Now, the flip side of this is just says, the most drastic is says, take all of 3rd Street and turn it into a walking mall.
Yeah.
No vehicles. And then you can have all the cafes and little tables. Now some jurisdictions have done that in downtown areas.
yeah,
Well, you gotta understand too.
Would the merchants allow that? Would they approve of that?
yeah.
Dante's selling all his buildings off. I see a sign on Charlie Socky trying to sell his
Yeah.
business off because he got maybe 1 or 2 people coming there a month.
Yeah, I went there yesterday. There was nobody there.
It says, there's gonna be a lot more of these buildings sold up. I hate to say
La
it,
Casa Rosa.
but
Yeah.
If we sit here and do nothing, our city is going to go to hell in a handbasket. But we don't own the properties, and you have a lot of absentee landlords, and you have some very dedicated people who run businesses in them. So we've got to get the landlords off dead center and support the folks who like I said, if we don't enforce trash pickup and garbage pickup, this place is going to be a place that nobody's going to want to walk through. Forget the gangs, you don't want to get disease. So I think it's imperative that the San Juan committee start working on not just their members who are business people, but the owners of the property. If it means sending letters to them, saying, hey, we're going to go to the city and see what we can do about this, whatever. And then we're trying to figure something that what kind of sanctions we could impose. But I mean, I'm with whoever said this. You got these, the cutting horse. I'm a city planner. I go to towns and I see areas with wrought iron windows, wrought iron, screens on the front doors. That tells me, that's a message. There's something wrong here. Now, I see a bunch of empty buildings downtown. What's happening here? I came back from the jungle, went down to Richmond where my grandmother lived. I used to walk 22 blocks to go to the library. All of a sudden, boarded buildings. I thought maybe this is like something out of World War II Europe. I mean, it was that bad. So, if we're going to let all these buildings go down, or if they're going to stay vacant, we need to pass some kind of an ordinance that says, you're going to maintain it, you're going to keep them looking good.
And we've probably got that already.
It's enforcement again.
Probably got it,
Yeah.
But again, if we don't, like I said, it's a two-way thing. What do the folks downtown want? The business owners. They want their landlords to get involved. But what can we do at the city level? We don't own the properties. We're never going to build buildings. That's just done by the private sector. We support the private sector. But we also need to know, what do they need? We thought we needed a sign ordinance. We spent a lot of time on it. Took the prices down. Got rid of the junk signs. Tried to wrote it so that it was easy to use and make the downtown look nice. We tried. Mr. Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Richard Ponce, 934th Street.
Name rings a bell.
Pat remembers this in the past. We had a big sign out on the highway that the city used to provide with a big image of the mission. Shops, restaurants, historic district. Beautiful sign on the highway. Now the city did that.
A billboard?
You're telling me you're asking the San Juan committee to do this, do that, do all this kind of stuff. We're doing a lot. We've done a lot. We've done a lot of advertising for our city. We've acquired monies from developers to help us do our monument. We're doing a lot. Now this is something that the city should be involved in. In the past, that's the way it was. You remember that, Pat? Mm-hmm. Beautiful sign lit up there.
Yeah.
Directing people into our community, letting them know what we have in our community. That's what we need.
I think
We invited, the San Juan Merchants they have a group. Okay, they have a group that they're supposed to be promoting themselves. I invited a developer to go down there to help them and ask them what they needed. And he volunteered to provide signage for them. Never heard nothing. So they somehow needed to be involved in helping themselves too. They certainly complain a lot, but we made an offer to them. The developers here, and he can attest to that. He was willing to provide a sign on the highway for them. They were supposed to design it. They were supposed to find a location for it, and we were supposed to try to do it, and that wasn't done. Anyway, getting back to my original point is, the city needs to do something too. They need to provide the signage on that highway.
Richard, when did that sign come down and why? Do you know?
Just over time, it just deteriorated.
Deteriorated, okay.
Then I got one more thing that I
Thank you,
want to say.
Richard.
But the trouble with San Juan is really the state park. You look at the state park on this side of the building, the whole porch is falling apart from rot. You got a garden down there, it is terrible. It should have been put into a park where people could come and sit and enjoy themselves. And that's another reason why San Juan is hurting.
I think we need to.
Can I add one more thing, please?
Okay.
Pat again hit it on the head. You can go right down on the other side of this fire station and look at the condition of that
Plaza
house
Hotel.
that's there that is supposed to be for the
State
director
Ranger.
of the historical park there. It's a mess. Look at the little place where the cabin is. It is a mess. Go down to their main office, there's 3 or 4 rangers sitting in there. They should be out there with a hoe, cutting those weeds and fixing that too. That's a big part of our community. That is probably the main part of our community. And that's falling apart. Why aren't we putting a little pressure on them?
You know, I've been going through the old Mission News from 1919 through 1969, and this has been a chronic problem since the state park took over in the 30s. It's been an ongoing problem. I don't know what we can do.
It's a multi-jurisdictional issue. Just like we did with parking downtown, we sent a letter to the council, get the school district, the church, the state, the city, the school district, everybody sit down, on decision makers, not just the guys at the bottom of the list. Sit down and figure what's going to make this work. And all of a sudden we now have parking at the Mission. I don't know what the state's done. I know they could do a lot more down there. But maybe this is the thing we have to do, is get more people involved. I mean, it has to be the decision-making level. It can't be, you don't send a secretary, you don't send a junior planner, you send a professional out there to deal with professionals.
So at this point, what do you want to do?
Well,
Item C?
we're right we're right on the edge of being off topic. I mean, this does all kind of encompass the guidelines loosely.
I think it's all related too.
I think it is too, but I think in regards to, just my suggestion, in regards to the historic streetscape guidelines, whether we do it individually, whether we do it in a workshop, whether we do it in pairs of 2, of course that leaves one odd person out, but I think we need to review the design guidelines and how the historic downtown district streetscape guidelines as it's proposed here, and you've done a wonderful job with this. What things are already covered, what things aren't covered, and can it just simply be an additional chapter 2? Is it need to be just integrated into?
So by the next meeting, and perhaps subsequent meetings, let's each look at the design guidelines, see what perhaps has already been addressed or how it can be tightened up. Perhaps there's only one chapter that we need to review.
Agreed.
If we're going to go work on this at all, especially you mentioned workshops and stuff, it's not going to make any sense unless we get support from the merchants to the committee, whoever the group is that has the say here. And we can sit here in an ivory tower, well protected from everybody, and come up with regulations that don't work. We need to talk to the people being regulated and say, look, you're going to have to take some heat on yourselves to make this work. How much heat are you willing to give for what you want to get?
So are you talking about the business owners or the property owners? Because they're different.
Both is what we're going to have to do.
Yeah.
They're going to have to put pressure on I think one of the business groups has to put pressure on the landlords. And if they need muscle, we can see what ordinances are involved. I mean, if it takes bringing the health department, the fire department, and say, hey, I called one time for rats. It was a health issue, it's a fire issue, trash and litter, I mean, the whole thing. But basically, we organized a raid and cleaned that place up. But it shouldn't have to be that way. But the bottom line is, if nothing is done, the businesses are going to die in the vine. I agree with Mr. Ponce. You got to get people in here because businesses only survive when there's customers.
I would recommend too is a copy of the draft that Vanda provided. We distribute that to Richard and the merchants and get their input.
Well, I know that Helena, she's in your group, right? She's seen it.
We assist our merchants, and I think we're doing a pretty good job in assisting. But we're not enforcers. We're not going to fight with them and try to enforce them to follow the city rules. That's the city's job. We promote them.
Richard, when you say the city, you're talking about everybody. You're not.
No.
There isn't the citizens versus the city. City Hall.
I, as a citizen, can't go out there and enforce the rules that you guys create.
You can abide by.
You can ask our city manager to do that, and they are supposed to.
You and I are supposed to stop at every stop sign.
That has nothing to do with.
It has to do with rules. We've got the rules out there. We are a government body that set a guiding rules out there for everybody to abide by. We're challenging our city to address those things in such a way and be responsible, because we're doing what they're asking us to do and setting the laws out there. We're expecting everybody to be responsible to those laws.
Good. I want to see you go down there and enforce them.
And we all have to enforce them. We all have to come to a stop sign and stop our cars so that those who have to cross safely or whatever. It's the same thing.
We're not talking about stop signs. We're talking about signs. We're talking about
I
stuff on the sidewalks.
I think the big issue here is that there's a consensus that we have to get a workshop. And what I was really alluding to is, let's get the merchants, the committee, and everybody involved in that workshop.
In that discussion.
So that input, so then you can say, can we adopt this, or we have to massage it or do something?
Okay.
Yes, if I can.
Challenge.
But Dave's right, what he said.
No,
We enforce the law, we pass the law, but nobody enforces the law.
Okay, but I want to be.
But it's everybody's responsibility to go by the law.
Well, yes,
right.
And if you break the law, then you're responsible for taking whatever actions and that's going to be served on you. That's all there is to it. So if we need to address that, we will address that.
Okay, I think
We brought a group to the city right here to deal with the sign ordinance. We invited them, and Roger gave a presentation to the merchants and what the rules on the sign ordinance was. And what happened? Nothing.
Okay, let's if I may.
Yeah.
So
Did you want to make a comment? Do we have any further comments from the public? Okay.
A familiar face.
Georgiana
From the back
Carney,
row.
1 Second Street. The way you're talking and Richard's talking, and I am feeling from the back row that the entire public is being left out. So I would like to be part of the public, neither being part of the committee or the planning commission any longer, to be part of the workshop. There was a general public issue. Thank you.
leading up to it or whatever, but there's two. It sounds like there's two general issues going on, and they're both kind of loosely tied to this. But let's cover this first. I think we need to have. I move that we have a workshop, a public workshop.
They're always
that
public.
gets posted and all that, so the public can be involved. We can invite the San Juan committee to join in that discussion, and the merchants group. And then I would also reserve that some of our enforcement questions be left to our comment section, so that we might be able to come down to a consensus. I just feel like we're on a borderline here, and I don't want to cross that line any more than we have to.
Do we have a second?
I'll go for a second. If you think that's the way to go. Mr. Ponce, how does that sound to you?
It sounds pretty good. I think we're doing our part, and we're getting hassled for it.
If you're not being hassled, you're not doing anything.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
You know, we're volunteers, just like you are.
So are we.
Okay. One more comment, Mariana.
I have spoken with quite a few of the merchants. They're willing to come together, and I cross all lines. I know there are a lot of clans here, but I don't pay attention to clans. I have talked to quite a few people, so I think I could get quite a few merchants to come to a workshop, number one. Number two, though, which I have seen not be addressed, and Mr. Franco did mention it, is the landlords. There are the recalcitrant, stubborn landlords here who are used to a pattern of someone renting their property and improving it while they sit back and collect rent. And properties are going down the hill. So I think to work out leverage for whatever that leverage is, and to get that leverage going with the landlords or against the landlords, whatever the term is really an important issue.
Thank you. Good point.
I was just going to add to our discussion here on this subject. I mean, enforcement is really a strong topic. We need to address that too as well as part of this workshop.
And I
We
think
really
that's-
do.
And I think that's why we need to address
And,
that in the comments
Where
section.
does that, how is that going to be addressed? And how will we go forward from here on out to actually get some results when it comes to enforcement?
Okay, if we do a workshop, I think the first rule is, we don't want to hear the problem, we want to hear suggestions, solutions. Because we could spend 4 hours on what the problem is, and we all know there's a problem. Give me some solutions. That's the approach I take. And then we start listening to solutions, then we can work on that. But if we just talk about what the problem is, it's just rehash. Solutions, suggested solutions. If anybody who comes to that meeting, I would want them to come up with an idea that would make things better. That's where I come from.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Roll call.
Board Member Brendel?
Aye.
Board Member Garrett?
Aye.
Board Member Maderos?
Aye.
Board Member Grossack?
Aye.
Chairman Guerrero?
Aye.
All members of the board being present, the motion is
You better vote aye.
So let's look at a Tuesday, maybe? Or I'll email you about what date might work best, what day of the week. Okay.
And it would have to be, obviously, morning-ish?
We have done them in the morning, yeah.
Right. Morning or right after business close. Is there a suggestion on that? If we're going to include business?
You're going to include the merchants in this?
Yeah, with the sign ordinance, we planned it around them,
Right.
and we did it at 9 or 9:30.
We're including the public,
Yeah,
the city,
yeah.
if, and looking forward to working with the merchants as well.
Merchants before 10 and after 5.
But you weren't on the board before this. We've been there and done that. We've invited the merchants, and sometimes they'll come, but
I can understand that, and I can, you guys all know my schedule during the day. I
Yeah.
will make the time to be
You'll make
here
the effort.
for a daytime, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That's, yep,
Okay.
okay.
All right, thank you all for your comments. Let's move on to 5, discussion item, the Zeller sign plaque for 35 Franklin Street. So do you want to present this, Roger?
You go ahead and do that. That was the one where you recommended a certain size sign?
The
Yeah.
condition of approval was the
For a-
applicant place a replica of the Zeller sign or plaque recognizing the Zeller house on the front exterior wall along Franklin Street.
Yeah.
So this is the original Zeller plaque. It's 11 inches by 39 inches. It says Zeller Art Studio, Carving and Painting. Now, well, I won't speak.
Would you explain that for the public who may not know who he is?
Oh, Alex Zeller. Oh, Georgiana has it. Valerie has it, okay. So there's the actual original sign. Alex Zeller was a wood carver. He did a lot of work at the Madonna Inn. He did all of our street signs, the hand-carved street signs, and his studio was his home on 35 Franklin. And so to honor him, the Planning Commission wanted a replica of some sort. My concern is that it clearly delineate that it's no longer an art studio, that it could say former art studio.
Yeah, if I remember right, when the project was approved, it was suggested to the new owner that he look this up, and he said that he didn't want to be disturbed by people knocking on the door
Right,
wanting a
right.
sign carved, but that he would be willing to do a plaque. So I don't know how you're going to get around that.
Okay.
And this, by the way, was given to me by the former owner of the Zeller property to protect it.
And it hung from the center of the front of the house?
Right at the top of the steps.
Okay. I spoke with Valerie Eglund, who studied under Alex Zeller. She's a wood carver herself. She's willing to do a plaque, but our job now is to decide what kind of plaque. What do we want it to say? I think, as I said, it clearly needs to say former, and I don't think it should hang from the center front. It should be less obvious. What are your thoughts?
In Pacific Grove, they just attach them to the house.
Like at the bottom?
Just on the side of the door, something like that.
So you're talking about condition 12?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You know, not being an art person or an artist of any kind, I would like to defer to Valerie if she has some text or language, having known the person, and could maybe scratch something out that we could look at.
Well, I'd asked her that, but she really wanted more input from us as to what we might want it to say. Valerie, would you mind coming forward?
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you know what I mean. You're probably the closest person, from what I can see, to that artist because you studied under him.
Do you have a recommendation for what it should say?
Is this something they teach in art school?
In people, when people came to Alex's house and took a picture of the house, that shape was always present above the stairs. And so to me, if it's a historic part of the house, I don't believe that Alex carved it. I think he had a student do it at one time, maybe replacing something else that had been there before, because it's not his style. But, so I think the words are not in cement, that it could be changed, and to have just some notation there, and it could be carved small enough that where it could be read from the street, and yet, you know, if there's a plaque on the side of the house, it's going to become very private. You can't read it from the street.
What if it was on the fence? Would you put it on the fence, bolted to the fence itself?
Yeah, well, you saw what the bronze plaques did at the Mission, right?
And the
we're talking about a
VFW.
bronze plaque?
No, I don't think so.
We're just talking about a plaque
Yeah.
or a plaque.
Well, no, a replica. It says the applicant placed a replica of the Zeller sign or plaque.
Or plaque.
Yeah.
So the way I would read that from the out, because I wasn't here when this all came through, is I would read that either a replica of that or some sort of plaque.
Yeah, and it's not replicating the business or the gallery, but it's replicating the house.
Right.
And its original owners or whatever.
Yeah, George Washington slept here. Site of Zeller Art Studio.
Yeah, which both Vanda and Richard, in our conversations, we felt that to put something like the former studio of Alex Zeller or former art studio Zeller, and just the dates.
And just put
we
the
don't know.
date.
Well, yeah, we don't. I
Studio residence.
don't know when. I know his birth and death dates, but I don't know when he lived there. I don't know how we can find that.
Because I think he was born in Germany.
Yeah,
I
and he
think
died
the-
in Gilroy.
I think the luck that his birth certificate is here. I think didn't we find his birth certificate, or was that somewhere? Yeah. So there's a variety of things that can be accessed, but
So we probably don't need to say carving, painting. We could just say art studio.
yeah.
Okay. Could I ask Jim? Would you like to come forward and tell us what you would like or not like? Jim West is the.
sold me the door that he carved. And I have another piece of artwork in the house that was there. And I like the idea of putting a plaque on there. I don't want to put I don't think it's good for business to people think it's an art studio. A plaque on the corner. I think a plaque on the corner because, you know, we put that sidewalk in for Charlie's Place. Right on that corner there.
Okay.
I think you can read it from the street. If you want it in that shape, I don't care. I mean, it's nice history. I just don't want anyone
Knocking
I
on your
restore
door.
antique construction equipment.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
do art.
Okay.
Better than that, I don't care.
Okay. Thank you.
Whatever the city wants.
So am I hearing, or are we all hearing that you would be very much against having it up above the stairs
Yeah,
where it
yeah.
had been?
But on the side, we can put it on the side because that's pretty open. Yeah,
Okay.
if you put it on there, people are going to think it's an art studio.
And it is your place.
Yeah. I don't do art.
Okay. You could take it up. Yeah.
No, I couldn't.
Okay.
I have no talent.
Okay. Thank you. Mariana?
It's my understanding that the original agreement, Mr. West's agreement, was to give up a certain amount of the property on the side and have a rose garden to fit in with the historic ambiance and to make the whole area, because that whole area was Mr. Zeller's studio. So I would recommend that go in, the garden finally go in, and that plaque be somewhere, because if you walk by the picket fence now, if there's a plaque on the wall that comes from his yard, there, that would be fine. That way you avoid having it on the house. You still honor Mr. Zeller, and the garden is finally going to get in there.
No, he's asked for help with the garden.
Okay.
He's asked.
So,
yeah.
that's my thinking, because that was the original, wasn't it? The original agreement.
I don't know that it's on here.
I don't see it
So,
here.
to have the artist recognized, but to not have him be invaded. I mean, I have people come by the Morentes house and want to look at the plaque, but that is a small plaque, and it's a historic house, and they're welcome to do that. This is, if you have this even on the side, I think it's just going to, someone's going to take it. That's my concern. But if you had it on the inner, there's a picket fence, then there's the little rose garden, and this fence here is taller. So I would put it there.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I am interested.
Okay. Thank you.
I unofficially agreed I wanted to put the rose garden in there.
And yeah.
When Emily quits raising chickens next to my house, I will do landscaping. Until such time, I'm not putting one penny again into the landscape. I will do no landscaping while the chickens are being raised next to my house.
Okay.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay. Okay. Any further public comments? All right, I'm going to close the public comment section, bring it back up to the commission. A lot of ideas. Do you want to go with wood? What do you want to do?
Versus
facsimile? I wouldn't say bronze because that gets stolen.
There's another process now. They do it on, I think it's on steel. They can etch into it. It's a lot cheaper than bronze, and I guess it doesn't have the value of making it worth stealing. The VFW did that.
Okay.
You could a smaller one, maybe even that shape, smaller, maybe 12 inches wide or whatever, and basically just have it say site of the Zeller Art Studio.
Or former site. Former site?
Yeah, site of. That's where it was.
But it's not there
It
anymore.
implies. It's implied.
Okay.
I'll leave that. Yeah, you probably.
And just put the date where it started from to the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure we know those dates.
You could find out from somebody. Valley probably knows.
I've been looking.
See, and then the chamber, the business community can, when they put out their little maps, it'll say Zeller Art Studio, site of, and then talk about him or whatever on their little flyer.
I think something to the effect of site of the Zeller Art Studio, whatever date to whatever date. Short and sweet.
Does anybody know the dates? Do you, Richard?
I have the family album that was also given to me by Mr. Parachica, and it's possible that can be in there. We'll go through it if you would like.
Richard, did the Polks directory ever enumerate San Juan Bautista? It's also like the Polks directory or business directory for the cities that I've worked in. Every single address, every person, and so-and-so lived there, housewife, widow, the older ones are different.
Okay. I will discuss this with Valerie then. Try to find the dates.
Maybe come up with
Size? Yeah. Now, if we can, what about size? Do you think 12 inches is wide enough?
Let me tell you one thing. If there is a Polks directory, you could go back to the first time that address indicates Zeller Art Studio. P-O-L-K.
Oh. Yeah. And where do you find those? Online?
Library.
The library?
But I don't know what they've done. But I do know that the books. I did a 50-year study of the Pacific Grove Retreat using that book.
Okay.
I could tell, when the names changed, the ranks, the service numbers, the Italian names went out, and the names came in.
Okay.
As far as size, I think 1/2 scale, 5.5 by 18-ish. At 18 and 19 inch.
Well, all you do is measure that thing, you got the proportions.
Right.
Maybe do half, okay.
I think it was right around 1933, because Mr. Johnson opened up the Adobe in 1933. He came from Elvira Street in Los Angeles.
Wow.
A shop, and I think they were pretty close together at the same time.
So he died in 2001. Do you know how, was Mr. Perez Chico the next owner after Mr. Zeller?
I think so.
Okay.
We can spend time looking at the
Okay.
museum. We don't
Yeah.
have
Okay,
So is this going to come before the board again?
yeah.
Okay.
We'll come with the design before the board. Okay, comments from the Historic Resources Board?
I'm good.
Anyone?
I think it would be important, given the discussion we had about the guidelines, is that we need to suggest to the city council they look into some sort of enforcement. I mean, this is continuing to be an issue. We just spent, I mean, it's 7:15, we're still in the HRB meeting, and the majority of that was talking about enforcement. So I think it would be important for the HRB and/or the Planning Commission to suggest that this be brought up as a discussion item at the city council meeting for, be it add a staff person for a day, a half a day a week, whatever it be. I mean, this is continuing to be an issue, and even with our extremely tight budget, I mean, this is something that merchants are screaming for. I know that homeowners are screaming for. I think it's extremely important that we
Resolve it. Try to
resolve
come up
it one way or the other. It's got to get resolved.
with- Okay. All right. City manager, city planner, any comments? Okay, then I will adjourn this meeting at 7:17.
Anybody want to take a break, or
I do.
you want to take 5? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Cut the sidewalk out, like in front of the brass lantern, and they put the date it was built, and they put brass lantern on it, and stamp it in the country, and in different colors. So when people walk through town, they stop and look at that, and they say, oh, this is the old brass lantern. Oh, that's really 800. You talking about the building? Put it on their tax bill. See, when I started that project, I fixed all the buildings on Main Street. So we got the mom and pop strip, the rock shop strip, the ice cream shop strip. We never supposed to do the back of the two buildings because the top floor is condemned. Building. That's the big IOF building. When he went to that one. He went in the kitchen, but he owns the building next door.
Regular Planning Commission, regular meeting of the San Juan Bautista Planning Commission. Today is October 6, 2015. What time do you have on your thing?
7:23.
We'll have the roll call, please. 28.
Ernest Franco.
Aye. Present.
David Maderos.
Here.
Pat Garrett.
Present.
Eric Redison.
Here.
Randy Bear.
Here.
We have a quorum. We can proceed. Okay. First thing we have is a public comment. Anyone who would like to speak to address the commission, it won't be a dialogue, but you're free to address the commission, and if there's something that should be put on an agenda, we will put it for the next meeting. But because of the way it's set up, we cannot dialogue with you. But if you'd like to tell us anything or point something out or point a need that should be covered, this would be the place to do it, and from there we will refer to the appropriate authority. Does anyone like to speak on any issue that is not on the agenda? If it's on the agenda already, hold up until that item comes up so the whole record will be intact, especially on the official documents. Connie, no? We have no public comments? Okay, let's go for informal project review. Any potential or future project applicant may present his or her project to the commission for an informal project review. No action is going to be taken, but if you propose a 10-story building downtown, we can say no before we start laughing, and at least you know not to go talk to your architect because it ain't going to go through. So does anybody have a project? Staff, does anybody come up with anything? No informal
applications have been presented.
Okay. Let's go over the consent agenda. We have 3 items. Approve the affidavit of posting agenda for the meeting. Approve the affidavit of posting and mailing of public hearing notices. And approval of the minutes for August 4th, 2015. Chair entertains a motion for action.
I move that we approve consent items for A, B, and C.
There's on page 2 for the minutes. It says a motion was made by Commissioners Gretasoff and second by Commissioner Garrett to deny the structure. It wasn't a structure, it was a covered structure. Right? Covered patio structure.
So
Are you on B or B?
That's on B, yeah. At the bottom of B.
Oh, okay, to deny the
Yeah.
covered structure.
Right, not just a structure, but it was a covered patio structure.
Okay.
But deny the proposed covered patio.
That was denied,
So
not the structure.
to deny the proposed patio cover structure.
Yeah, that's all I found.
Well, on item C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom, and it is best to, it should be error instead of error. I know what it's. ERR, yeah. One of those silly computer things. It thinks it knows everything. Okay, so with those corrections, I'll second Eric's motion.
Okay. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Bear.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett.
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos.
Aye.
Commissioner Gretasoff.
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay. Public hearing items. Now, consider a lot line adjustment at 415 7th Street. The applicant is Al Vyas. This is a continued item. I live 140 feet from the project, and so I would ask the Commissioner Maderos as Vice Chairman to consider to handle that.
Okay, so item A, B, and C. A being consider lot adjustment for 415 7th Street. Applicant Al Vyas. Continue consider resolution 2015 adopting a categorical exemption under section 15305 of the CEQA.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Commission, Mr. Al Vyas has asked us to continue to the November election. He had submitted this and it didn't get a chance to go to the agenda.
Okay.
I said we cannot hear it. This is just background information for you to look at. He has given some modifications, and we will be making a formal presentation at the next meeting.
Okay.
Oh, that's for item A and B?
But this
Okay.
was what we'll be discussing next month?
That is
Okay.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
And that ends those two items, and I guess, Ernest, you can come back. Thank you very much, Ernest.
Nice.
Thank you, David. You handled that
Oh,
very
you're
well.
welcome.
Fantastic, that was.
Oh, where's my,
Oh, here, go ahead.
good job.
One ended actually overturned my presence at the dais. Okay. 5B, consider site and design review for 415 7th Street. The applicant,
C.
C.
oh, B, C. Consider site and design review for 1113C and 1113D, First Avenue, applicant Tony Rosa. One, consider resolution 2015-XX, adopting sign and design review for residential homes with conditions of approval.
We have a small conundrum.
We have a problem here. Somebody want to tell us about it?
Yes, believe the way it states is that if you are on the planning commission and within
300 feet.
300 feet of a property, you cannot reside over it unless you have over a quarter acre, and then you have to be over 500 feet away.
That includes three of us.
That includes three of us. So we would not meet quorum. And I believe the way this works, if I'm not mistaken, is we do the extremely technical, we draw straws.
Or we could do rock, paper, scissors.
Well, we
So I would ask Trish, our deputy clerk, to come forward.
Is this unprecedented?
No, I've seen it. It was actually in the minutes about 10 years ago. I think it was the last time it happened.
You're the straw lady?
For straw.
You're the straw lady?
Who would, yes,
And the one who, tell us about it, the person who draws the
shortest straw.
shortest straw stays.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. That's a trick.
That's a long one.
That's a long one.
That's a short one.
I believe.
We're all pretty clear. I only have one straw to work with.
Is
You're the shortest.
I am?
Mine's the
So
longest
far.
by far.
Okay, so I have to
Yeah.
stay. Okay.
Okay.
Well, good.
We get to keep the straw.
Okay, the minutes will reflect that we had three persons who had conflict of interest because of their distance from the proper project, and that in accordance with whoever, straws were drawn, and Commissioner Guibert, drawing the shortest straw, was invited to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound good? Okay. Staff can, since we have this now, can you proceed with the project?
Really is prepared to staff when I was gone and everything, but basically the gesture is that these two lots were created back in 1974, were a 4-lot subdivision, and the two in the back were never developed at the time. Unfortunately, we researched the thing, and there was not a lot of conditions of approval put on it. It created a 20-foot easement to go back to the thing, and both of these lots are lower in elevation than First Street. Yeah. Lower in elevation than First Street, and would require some sort of a sanitary lift station to get sewer out to First Street. They contacted Manuel Lopez, who owns the lot that it fronts off of 3rd Street, and got permission to sewer to 3rd Street through Mr. Lopez's property. There is, in Mr. Lopez's property also, is a storm drain line that comes from Donner and 3rd Street, parallel to the property line of one of the lots on Donner Street, and it ends up at that corner and can be extended for storm drain purposes. That would be the sewer and storm drain. There is no water to the property, and it would require a 6-inch main going down the 20-foot access road or easement and to the cul-de-sac where the two lots reside, And in a fire hydrant, we require it as one of the conditions of approval, as well as the fire services and water meters that would be put in. We've also, Rudy had developed approximately, 24 conditions of approval, and we have where the access from First Street down to the cul-de-sac will be improved to a minimum of 16 feet wide, either a concrete or an asphalt surface road, and then the cul-de-sac bulb. A street light would be installed at the cul-de-sac for safety purposes.
A street light.
A street light, yes.
Fire department has no problem with this?
No, yeah.
And have they actually looked at it, I mean, the cul-de-sac?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and they've approved it.
Yeah. The two houses that are there are single-story, none of them are two-story, and it was tough to situate the front setback and rear setback, and then on the first lot coming down there, he has the front setback, but the rear setback is only 5 feet, so he reoriented the house so that the rear of the house is to the south rather than to the east.
And that's an acceptable rear yard setback?
Yes, and it meets the rear setback. Wow. Then the lowest lot is there. The side yard setback is there. The front yard setback to the property line, and then the rear setback is an average of the bifurcated rear line there. And at one point there's 9 feet difference, and then 11, 12, and a 15, and the average comes out to 15 feet. So,
what are the lot sizes?
These lot sizes are approximately 7,200 square feet, and then the upper one is 8,100, so they meet the minimum lot size.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I had a question about the setbacks.
The electrical service comes from overhead service on the east property line, and then there's a pole approximately halfway on the first lot, and our conditions of approval where the electricity service, electrical and telephone will be underground from that pole there. Mm-hmm.
So this lot here, how many square feet?
The one is 8,000 and the other is...
But that takes in the road too, right?
It takes in the road.
And part of the cul-de-sac.
And part of the, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why we had to do it as the original subdivision was a 20-foot easement coming all the way down and everything. And then we did the cul-de-sac, and that will be expanded into the easement.
And you have a 18-foot setback for the garage?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There's not going to be any sidewalks or anything down through either, right?
No, there'd be no sidewalk, and there'll only be a roadway going down there.
So when I was over there to measure on the fence side, on the north side, all that shrubbery and all that stuff has to come out, I guess, huh?
Yes.
They widen that street to 16 feet?
Yes. The two houses up front there have encroached in that 20-foot, and that'll have to be removed, and the road will be widened.
They're going to have to resurvey that property?
Yes. Mm-hmm. The water line will be tapped in on First Street and be extended down to the cul-de-sac, and then the fire hydrant will be right at the apex of the cul-de-sac.
The first house, you're going to have a 5-foot setback on the back side of the house and the side of the house. Huh?
The north side and the east side, and then the rear setback in his geometry of the house will be to the south. Mm-hmm.
And then the other question I had, the lot below it. Now, years ago, that used to be a creek running through there. So I see some foundations we're digging there. They're going to have to dig all that out and recompact all that, I recommend, huh?
Well, that's why we put in the condition, and I think Rudy addressed that in one of the conditions of a geotechnical condition 8. She'll submit a geotechnical report with the recommendations for development. And then we also have in the condition where they have to do an archaeological study, and then they'll have to put notes on the plans when they do the excavation.
So you're gonna have to also have a right-of-way through that property for your sewer from the first house?
Yes, yeah.
And that's all gonna be in the agreement with the whole?
The agreement,
whole
yeah.
thing?
The southerly lot will have to grant to the northerly lot a easement for sewer because it'll go from Mr. Lopez's across that lot to surface the north lot.
And you're happy with a 50-foot turnaround with the fire trucks?
Yes, and in between there on the cul-de-sac is going to be an open space so that the truck can go in there, back around, and turn around.
Well, you're gonna I mean, that's gonna go into the guy's yard?
Into the yard, yeah, that'll be an open space in part of the easement.
How is the garage on that lot 24 accessed from
That's in the front.
That'll be up front on the north end.
the north end?
The north end, yes.
And did you say there's going to be a street light at the cul-de-sac?
Yeah, we were going to put a street light at the cul-de-sac, and it'll probably be close to the thing, and it's not going to be a typical, it'll probably be an architectural light like the one in Creek Bridge, right about 11 feet high.
Low density light.
Low density light. And if you wanted to...
Not a flashing street stoplight, a street
No,
light. Okay,
a
okay.
street light, yeah, right. A street light. And then we can shield it. I had talked to him about putting on the lens there is to have it shield on the back side of it because there's homes going to be on the back side. So it'll only emit light to the east.
So 16 feet is gonna be enough for two cars to pass each other?
Yes.
Right up tight to the fence?
Yes, yeah. The average car is about 6.5 feet wide, so two cars can theoretically
So that'll be a
pass each other.
2-lane driveway?
Yeah. And if we can squeeze another couple feet out of it, I would prefer to have 18 feet. There's only going to be a 20-foot, but when I measured it, there's about a 2.5-foot differential for on the west side where the water line's going to go.
And you have that, the first house, you have a fence right alongside there. That's encroaching on that property
Yeah,
right away? So they have to move that fence
They'll
in.
have to be removed, yeah.
Now, is it all the concrete coming out, or are you just gonna take off from where that? You're gonna have to enlarge the
He's
the
going to
whole
have to
thing.
enlarge, he's going to have to enlarge it, yeah.
And they're gonna have to come up to the city standards for their streets, right?
Exactly, yeah. And I talked to the owner and I told him, I says that we would probably prefer to have it made out of concrete rather than asphalt.
Because we don't want that same thing happen down there on Fifth Street when they built a house in the back there. They didn't come up to city standard, now all the blacktop's coming up.
Yes.
On condition number 10, it says the applicant shall submit a drainage report to the city on the project. Who will prepare that report?
They'll have to get an engineer that will evaluate the drainage and the runoff and then come up with recommendations for the size. We've analyzed and we were looking at the site plan and we have some catch basins and some rough line sizes, but I told them that they're going to have an analysis of that to make sure that the surface runoff can get from this property into the drainage line that goes to 3rd Street.
Okay, so it's supposed to drain through the Lopez property?
Yes.
Because as it is now, there's nothing there, but we live behind him, and
Yeah,
there's a
right.
fence,
And there's
the dirt comes underneath. So
Yeah, right.
perhaps he'll need to do a retaining wall?
Yeah, he's got to put a kind of like a retention,
Curb
a retaining wall or a curb there.
Okay.
Because in your property, there's a concrete valley gutter that goes all the way down there, and then it gets into the catch basin, and then it goes out that line there.
They're gonna have to dig a pretty deep ditch for that drainage system there. Because that lot comes down and steps up and goes across.
Surprisingly, it's not that deep, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, does anyone in the public who would like to speak on this matter?
Hi, my name is Joe Lopez, and I own the property next to the 1113B. Okay, and then how they're C&D. And this is into him, I just heard about the, before there was a fire hazard, that's why you fixed it with the fire hydrant and so that's that, okay. And another thing I was thinking about too was the sewage, and then you got that taken care of. And I'm thinking about like the cement that's there already. I know when they bring in all that heavy equipment and stuff, that cement's not gonna hold up, you know.
Yeah, whatever they damage will have to be repaired and replaced.
Okay, so I would probably, want to get some contact information with whoever be in charge of the project. That way I can, if something comes up, I can ask them. And then another thing that I had was the residents that are there in the area already. Okay, they live there. So there's only like a one-way, only room for one car. It's not like.
Right now, that's only width enough for one car.
Right.
Yeah.
So like so if we gotta make sure that the people can get in and out of that our house, like the 113B, because if there's like anything frankly, they can't get out. They can't exit their the easement.
We will probably advise the property owner to park their construction vehicles down in that cul-de-sac.
And the site.
On the site,
Okay.
and not block the access of the two property owners in the front. Yeah.
All right.
Are you on First Street, or is that your property there?
Yeah, but actually I'm the back house.
The back house.
Yeah, the back house, yeah.
I'm gonna be.
And that's more critical because the only way is to get out along the front
Right, yeah.
area.
Right.
And it's imperative that nobody park there, otherwise you would be landlocked.
All right, and then I was listening to about expanding the easement, opening it up wider. Or something. I know there's two big trees there. Does that mean those trees are gonna go, or?
We would like to keep those trees along the west property there, and then widen the road from there, going to the east.
Already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like, and then of course, like I said, the disruption of the people with, with the waves, and I'm pretty sure there's probably ordinances that said they can only start working at X amount of time.
Yes, we were adamant, and we put that in most of our development, and we restrict the workable hours. No work on Sunday, and they can't start before 8:30 in the morning, and they shut down at 5 o'clock, and Monday through Friday, Saturdays, and no construction allowed on Sunday.
Okay.
And during the construction period, if the high wind comes, and they have to stop all activities for dust.
So we would just be able to contact the developer. Maybe if I can get a number or something.
We will probably have a pre-construction meeting with him out there to go over there, and if you give us your name, we'll let you know when that is, and then you can participate in that.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
good.
Thank you.
I got one more question if I could ask Roger.
Go ahead.
Are you gonna have red curbs on both sides for no parking? Because if you parked,
Probably won't put red curbs. I'll probably put signs down there, a fire lane, no parking,
because if you park a car, you're not gonna get the fire truck back there.
Yeah, exactly.
Will that be a street? Will it have a name, or is it going to be?
We haven't considered giving it a name, but
Because it'll be
that's
A, B, C, D, or
yeah.
E.
Because right now all the addresses are
Yeah.
First Street and 1100 A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
And so maybe we'll get together with all the owners and say, do you want to call it a lane or something like that?
Hitchcock Lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
These two lots were owned by a couple from Victoria, Canada, for years, and we negotiated it, and then Mr. De Rosa bought it from them about a year and a half ago.
Nice. Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Jerry Guibert. I live on 5 Donner Street on the property that abuts lot number 24. And I noticed that the conditions for approval address noise, but I have another concern about a trailer that appeared there on the other side of our fence with about a 1-foot setback. That lot is already about 6 feet above the grade of our lot, so it's really intrusive. And I'm wondering whether that trailer is part of the construction project. Is it can the conditions for approval address relocating that trailer so at least there's a 5-foot setback? Because right now it's about 1 foot away from the fence, and you wouldn't allow a permanent structure.
Yeah, he was storing some of his construction equipment and tools in there, but we'll talk to him and see if we can relocate it into a less obtrusive area.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
We have this letter we should enter.
Irma de Leon is still here?
Oh, she left.
Okay.
No.
You want to read the letter?
Okay, we, just for the record, I want to enter an email or a letter that the city received from Zoe Diggory, who lives at 3 Donner Street. I'll read her letter. I'm the owner of 3 Donner Street, which is directly adjacent to 2 single-family units that are planned for construction at 1113 First Street, letters C and D. I believe that an infill development of existing residential lots is the most efficient and environmentally beneficial way to increase housing availability in San Juan Bautista. As a neighbor of these lots, however, I have a few concerns that I would like to share with the Commission as they prepare to make a decision about the parcels. First, I'm concerned that if the houses are 2-story and are built close to the property line, they will greatly change the nature of my property and that of my neighbors. They could significantly alter the views from my house and the amount of sunlight we receive. My understanding is that at least one of the houses to be built will be single-story, so this concern could be moot if the other house is as well. Second, the new houses will be upslope from my property and that of my neighbors, and I'm concerned about altered drainage patterns. The conditions of approval related to drainage and stormwater are important to me, and I hope that they are enforced to ensure that runoff from the construction site and finished homes does not become problematic for me or my neighbors. Third, it is my sincere hope that any new fences that are built around the lot perimeters are discussed and designed in coordination with the adjacent neighbor. There is already a 6-foot fence between my property and the proposed development, as well as that of many other adjoining parcels. It is unattractive to have 2 side-by-side fences and seems like a waste of money. Good fences, good neighbors make, right? Thank you for considering my comments. Sincerely, Zoe Diggory.
Thank you. Okay.
We will transmit these comments to the owner.
Okay. And they are indeed both single-story
Yes.
structures.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions about the conditions of approval? Okay. The reaction required here is to make findings for a categorical exemption of the California Environmental Quality Act, Article 19, Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures, and 15305, minor alterations in land use limitations. 1. That the new construction of the 2 single-family dwellings is consistent with other parcels in the immediate surrounding area. 2. The construction of 2 single-family dwellings will not adversely affect the health and safety of persons living and working in the area or be detrimental to the public welfare of the city and its residents. 3. That the construction of the 2 single-family dwellings will cause an increase in housing availability within the city of San Juan Bautista. 4. That the construction of 2 single-family dwellings are in conformance with the general plan and the zoning R1, low-density residential. Okay. Based on all of this, Commissioners, do you have any other comments you want to make?
Item number 22. The applicant shall construct a 6-foot high fence along the south property line of Lot 23 and west and north fence along the property line of Lot 24.
That's what the second fence she was talking about.
Yeah, so how do we...
Well, does that fence need replacing?
Well, the fences are 13 years old. They are showing their wear.
You could get a new fence out of it.
See, well, I think we were saying is the west, we should say the east of 24 and the north of 24. We wanted to make sure that it was open and there was no fence between that large lot to the east.
So should it be the south property line of 23? And the
south, yeah,
where do you
right.
want to...
And I think Mr. Lopez has an existing wall there.
Yeah.
Yes. And then there is an existing wall on the east wall and west wall, and then there would be just a small wall on the north end, and then lot 23, or excuse me, 24, as we go forth, there is no fence along the east side of that. And then there, yeah.
So they're just gonna have to build a small section of fence.
Yes, yes.
That's it.
By the way, is the applicant present?
Yes.
Mr. Rosa?
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you come to the front, sir? We're always glad to have the applicant here. Is there anything you would like to add to what you've heard or
Well,
comments?
the thing is that we applied for this permit over a year and a half ago, and then we got the plans approved, and then we find out we have to come to the commission. And now there's new conditions, there's new things, and it didn't make sense. I mean, during this year and a half, we should have already gone through this process. Now we're asking for a geological report and archaeological report at the last minute. We got the things approved, we got financing, and now we come to this point. And it's just, I mean, it should have been done the right way, right from the beginning. If it needed to come to the commission, it should have been done, like I said, when we started the process. It's been a year and a half since we bought the lots.
You mean you had this approved a year and a half ago?
Well, I got approved about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, and then we had a little bit difficulty getting our construction loan. And so when we went to pick up permits, they said, oh, we got to go to commission. I mean, we got the letters to go and pay for school fees. We come back, okay, we pay for school fees, and they say, oh no, now you got to go to commission. I mean, this is unbelievable. You know, we have money tied up, we have hours and hours of preparation staff, and I work with Rod back and forth, making adjustments to the plans, and then surprise. Now explain that to me.
It kind of got a little bit bifurcated, yeah. It was a very difficult lot, yeah. There are a lot of issues there we had to resolve.
And I understand that, but
See, the only reason I knew that, because I grew up here, but that used to be a drainage creek that went out through that way. So when they built the other houses, they just shoved all the dirt down. And when I went back there the other day, looked, and you had some foundations dug there. And I wonder why they stopped
that.
that.
The day we went to pick up the permit, so we said, okay, we got to pick up the permit, we're going to dig. So we started digging, and when we get there, hey, can't do it. Well, that's why we started digging.
Right.
Which was a surprise. Say, wait a minute, how could this happen?
Well,
and then Roger wasn't there, he was on vacation, so here I am. I've been sitting for 3 weeks waiting for this.
That's a surprise to
We
me.
would already have the house up.
Yeah, the studies that are required are really relating to public health and safety. And so
Well, the thing is, there's new homes around there, okay, and so we're digging actually the foundation deeper. You know, the standard one-story house is 12 by 12 footing.
But the problem is, like the new homes they built, they had to bring in probably 3.5 feet of dirt and compact it up to the standard where it withhold the house. If we let you build a house there now without testing it, and it collapses, it's going to be our fault.
Well, it also would be mine, and I put, I'm a contract, so I guaranteed my project for 10 years. But the thing is, all this should have happened during the process. That's my whole point. I should have been told, oh, you're going to need this, you're going to need it. Okay, we get it done. Now that we get things approved, and I would say, no, you can't go build because now we got to go back. Please.
So we didn't know about that.
Well, I didn't know it either. So there was lack of communication here between, I guess, the office, city management, and you guys.
Well, we were never told about it till now.
It's part of the municipal code that new construction go through planning.
But he was misled about the whole thing.
I was not in the loop, so I depended on your office, building, to inform me and stuff. And so now the hardship is on me. And we went through for a year and a half. That's the problem.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience to you, but I think that we should move on this so we can get you started right away.
I appreciate that.
So Thank you for speaking to us.
Okay.
The chair will entertain a motion for action.
I'd make a motion, we go ahead and approve it,
Okay.
with the conditions we put on it.
We have a resolution here, I believe. A resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the category of exemption for the site and design review for 1113C, Lot 23, and 1113D, Lot 24, First Street, APN 002-260-021.
And you have a number, Connie?
I have two of those papers.
Say again?
29.
29. I'm sorry, question?
Do we have two resolutions?
No, you got both houses on this. Oh, that was the categorical exemption.
29 would be the CEQA court requirement, and then and then the next one would be the approval of the site design.
Okay, it's a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the site plans and design review of the residential lots 1113C, Lot 23, and 1113D, Lot 24, First Street, APN 002-260-021. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for action.
Do we want to take them together?
No, take each resolution one at a time.
Okay,
Take
well,
29 first.
Pat, move to approve 29. I'll second that motion.
Okay, call for vote on 29.
Commissioner DeBear?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Medeiros is absent. Commissioner Redesov is absent. And Chairman Franco?
Aye.
With three members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes 3-2.
Okay, Resolution 2015-30, I'll move to approve.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Call for a vote.
Commissioner DeBear?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Medeiros? Commissioner Redesov is absent. Chairman Franco?
Aye.
With three members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes 3-2.
If you have any problems with the resolutions, you have the right of appeal within 10 days to the City Council.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. Let's see, First Street. Okay, D. Consider Resolution 2015-X recommending to City Council an ordinance regulating hillside development. I think this is an important one for the city.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Hey, can't do that. They didn't run off, did they? You guys playing chess out there, or dominoes, or
Sharing recipes.
Sudoku puzzles? Okay, like I was saying, we have a resolution, consider 2015 XX recommending to City Council an ordinance regulating hillside development. And we've been talking about this, I guess, for a couple of months. Staff, can you brief us?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, the hillside regulations that we've been talking about for years, we've developed it kind of intuitively to try to keep it very similar to the County of San Benito and their hillside development regulations. I've modified it in the intent and purpose and scope and applicability to the city of San Juan Bautista and our concerns there. And so it kind of mirrors the county's ordinance in a lot of the definitions and stuff like that, but the article and design reviews are tailored to our particular needs, and that's section 1108-600, the design review. And I think at the last meeting, we said that there were some questions or concerns about how it was going to be interpreted. And this is, and if we go back to 1108-600, all development in the hillside overlay zoning district shall submit a pre-application request for a meeting with the staff and to assess the lot, the size, the parcel, the constraints and the view sheds and the impacts. And by doing number 1, it eliminates a lot of the confusion to let whoever is building on the hillside right up front know the rules of the game.
It's like an informal project review.
Yeah, exactly.
But in deep depth. Okay, I think one of the things that this thing will do is that when the county does something, we're going to be speaking the same language because this ordinance basically reflects them with the city's concerns also. So they can't tell us that we don't understand because we're using their ordinance, and the goal is the same, to have a good background to the city. Is anyone in the public would like to speak on this proposed ordinance? Okay. Nobody on your side? Okay, commissioners, what do you think? Staff has put together a package, and
it's not that we have a lot of hillside ordinances. We're very small in terms of what the county has to look at and everything, but our primary concern was the ridge lines and the view shed from our reservoir and as it wraps around to the Salinas Grade Road, and that's where we're primarily.
I think it shows we care, and the county does something that violates that care. We're able to say something, because they can't say, well, you never told us, we adopted your ordinance, guys, and this is a goal for our city. So to me, it's not so much anything in the city as much as being able to communicate with the county when something goes up on those hillsides that shouldn't be there. I would say one thing on the third line, the word that on the end of the line, that the regulations is intended. Change that to read regulations are intended.
I have a number of other things, but I think I'll just...
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Now's the time.
Being an English teacher, I can't help it. On page 2, under number 4, these regulations should be plural, and I think it should be agricultural use.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Then under 1106 400, the City Council shall mean, to take off the S. On page 4, number 24, the amount of development that may be placed with a D. Number 25 says RDA, but I think it should say LRDA for least restricted development area. If it should be in alpha order.
Oh, that's right. It's in the right place.
Yeah. Number 27, this third line, allows the movement of earth for projects such as, include the word as. Number 33, often referred to as the crest of the hill.
On the hill?
Oh, okay. Of the hill? On the hill?
I don't know, no. I was thinking
it
should be on the hill.
No, I think it's up.
Often referred to as the crest.
What number is that?
The hill.
33.
On the hill.
On the hill.
Number 25.
25.
A visible cut in a hillside with a slope greater than 1, I don't know how to read that.
1.5 to 1.
In which all topsoils have been removed. Number 38 should be increases.
Oh, yeah.
And page 5, number 41, which is within half a mile. That's it.
Going back to the first line on page 2, one how we 156 that is 1/2 mile in either direction. I can read these things closer.
Number what? I missed that.
It's the very top, yeah.
Have 1/2 mile.
Oh, yes.
Well, one thing about this, we have professional help here. excuse me, I've seen meetings get tied down over grammar because people didn't understand what they were dealing with. So this way they can't argue about grammar, they argue about the context or the content. Okay, subject to those changes for a clean ordinance, are there any other comments? Public have any comments as a result of our discussion? No? Okay.
So this is this a discussion item, huh?
Action item.
There's no resolution.
There's no resolution.
Resolution.
That was at the end.
There is a resolution somewhere.
Oh.
Here we go. Nope. Nope.
Where
Where
the
is it?
resolution?
Can we prepare one? Well, let's continue it, and then we'll get a resolution to you at the next meeting.
But at least you have direction.
Yeah, we'll correct these here, and then I'll have a resolution.
But at least you have direction. You know where this thing's going, so we're doing good. Okay, what's the next one on this agenda here? Action items. Consider certificate of compliance for Craig Clower. I live 70 feet from the project, so I will have to recuse myself. Oh my God, that damn thing, Sudoku puzzle. Okay.
How many games in there?
Yeah. Okay, Vice Chairman Maderos, if you take over.
Certainly. Okay, consider certificate of compliance for Craig Clower. The first item there, approved resolution 2015 XX with findings that this is a categorical exemption. And the second item would be approved resolutions 2015 XX approving findings for the approve of the certificate of compliance. And staff, what is the...
As you recall, on the approval of this minor subdivision, they did it under the provision of a minor subdivision of 4 lots with a remainder. And the remainder is a lot that does not have status, and it's not a legal lot until it is certified by the city that it meets the zoning requirements of lot size and the public improvements necessary for it to be a legitimate buildable lot. The owner has prepared improvement plans and is installing the necessary improvements, curb, gutter, sidewalk, water, utilities, fire services to the property, and the storm drain and everything, and has graded the lot appropriately and compacted it. So it meets, then the square footage is 7,000 square foot, so it meets the intent that it'll be a legal lot once it's completed all the improvements. So he's asking now is let's go and do a certificate of compliance and make it a legal lot. That's normal how these lots with a remainder handle it. That the remaining lot is an existing lot, but it doesn't meet city standards.
But he can't build on this lot. He has to sell that lot, right?
He has to sell it, yes.
He can't build on it himself.
He cannot build it himself.
Yeah.
He's got to get it certified, and then he'll have to sell it and then have somebody else build it.
Yeah.
I have a question
Because
about
then he would be in violation of the Subdivision Map Act.
the APN numbers. It's the whole staff report begins with Outlot 9 with the APN 002-350-013, but the last...
13, yeah. And the assessor's office, we just wrote a letter to them, and they will be assigning assessor parcel numbers to each one.
But on the second resolution, it's called Outlot 13. So is it 9 or is it 13?
It's 13.
13.
So we're talking about 2 different outlots?
No, just one.
So then this shouldn't be Outlot 9?
No, it's Outlaw 13.
Okay, so everywhere where it says 9, it should be 13. Is that because of the APN number? Is that what?
Yeah,
That's what's recorded.
The assessor's office generally will assign the assessor parcel numbers probably months after the map is recorded.
So
So we're-
the remainder wasn't a parcel, but now we're certifying that's going to be a parcel. I'm just trying to.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct. It's,
So
it's-
can there be a 10th, or maybe it's understood, the 10th condition of approval could be that it will be sold to become a home?
well, yeah, you could put it down there. It's almost intuitive
Okay.
because he fully
It's
understands that
required.
he would be in violation
Okay.
of the state law if he built it himself.
Okay.
So do you want to add that, or?
No, if it's part of the law, it's, yeah.
It's not really noted. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have any comments from the public? Anybody submitted any? Okay. All right.
So this is more just a formality than anything.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission?
It has to be a home, it will be sold, and it will be a home. Is that right?
That is correct. It's zoned R1, and it'll be a home. And two is that the developer cannot build a lot.
He's still, but he is running water and everything too
Yeah,
inside the
he will
property
have,
line.
he'll have to complete the improvements to make sure that when he sells it, it's a legal lot, meeting city standards.
Okay.
That's the technicality of. Yeah.
Do you want to go into the next item, or do you want to make a decision on this?
The two different resolutions?
Well,
Yeah.
we can.
First resolution is to satisfy CEQA, and then the second resolution is to approve the certificate of compliance.
Compliance, sorry. So what do you guys want to do?
And then you'll have to prepare very similar to what the other guy did.
Just take them all one time.
He's got to go right.
Take them both? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's look at the second item. Make sure we've got everything lined up for that. Is there any other discussion on, as far as this, that you need to report to us as far as the compliance portion of this resolution?
No, I think the conditions of approval that he has on the minor subdivision of all of the 4 other lots are the same conditions that will be applied to this. Preparation, grading, storm drain, sewer, water, fire service, curb gutter, sidewalks.
Again, on the compliance resolution, does anybody in the public have any concerns or comments about that? On the second portion here.
What about the fourth?
Planning Commission, any more questions?
Well, on the CEQA page, we just need to be sure the first whereas is changed to outlot 13.
Yeah, lot number 13, Ray. That being said, do we make a motion, or do you have any more questions or comments?
I have no more questions.
Not directly on this, no.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Can we can do these jointly?
We can do it jointly. You can, yeah, you can if you want, or we can vote on each one separately.
The resolution numbers for these.
It's 31 and 32.
31 and 32.
Let's see, is it just read the top line? Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you want.
I move that we pass a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving a categorical exemption for a certificate of compliance for Craig Clower, APN number 002-350-013, and a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving a certificate of compliance for the minor subdivision at 69 San Antonio Street, APN number 2019-350-013.
I'll second that.
And to, with the exception that Lot 9 has been changed to 13.
With the correction that on the first resolution, second line, whereas is for Lot 13, not Lot, or for Lot 13, not Lot 9.
Right.
With correction.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll.
Commissioner Bieber,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Majeros,
Aye.
Commissioner Grossack,
Aye.
Chairman Franco is absent. 4 members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the neighbor passes 4-1. Chairman Franco is absent.
Okay. Thank you. Next action item B. Ernest, is he
Georgie, I don't get it.
is he out? Is he out for this one too?
No.
No.
No? Oh, okay.
Oh, no, we need him.
No, we need him. Oh, no. No,
We need him, huh?
Don't take him away, please.
I thought maybe we could just send him home.
No, he's not dismissed yet.
He fell asleep on it.
Action item number 6, B.
6B, consider amendments to the Municipal Code, Chapter 11-02-050, permitted and conditional uses by zoning district matrix. This is a continued item. Last month, we were presented, following workshops and work, a revised matrix from the Muni Code. Basically, it has all the zoning districts and all the uses, and then it tells you what particular use is allowed in what zoning district. It was out of date. We had stuff that didn't exist. We had stuff that was you wouldn't want in certain places, and also stuff that we wanted to put in a certain area, so that rather than somebody come in and say, hey, I want to rezone this, no, we have that zoning district and your use is already allowed. We tried to fix all the bases here. So, staff, can you tell us what you've got here for us, and we can work with it.
Okay, this is we're continuing the hearing for the amendment to the zoning matrix. Pretty much these are uses that are put on the left side of the matrix, and up top are the zones. The letters C means for conditional use permit, P stands for permitted, and S stands for site review. I don't recall where we left off the last time.
We finished,
I do.
we're on page 4. We've finished with contractor's yard. I think we're starting with convenience stores.
The other reason we continued was to allow the public to go over this in the event that we missed something or something came up that maybe a new use that didn't exist. But for staff to continue, but also for the public to at least look over what was being presented, come up with any ideas. So staff, you want to finish your presentation, then we'll go into public.
Okay, so we're going to start off with convenience stores, retail. In a commercial zone, it's a conditional use permit. Mixed use, conditional use permit. Now, dance studios, gymnasium, and music studio. In a commercial zone, conditional use permit. Industrial zone, conditional use permit. Drugstores, retail. Commercial.
Any questions as he goes through that? Okay. Then the next one would be drugstores.
Drugstores, okay. In the commercial zone, permitted. Mixed use, permitted.
Questions?
Equipment sales, services, and rentals. And public is permitted with site review, and in agriculture it's permitted with the site review.
That was feed store.
That was feed store.
Conditional use.
Oh, sorry about that.
Equipment
It's a
sales,
conditional
services, and
conditional. I apologize about that. So now for the feed stores. In public, it's permitted with the site review, and in agriculture, it's permitted with the site review. Okay. So now food and beverage sales, wholesale. In commercial, it's permitted, and in mixed use, it's permitted. Fortune telling. In commercial zoning, it's allowed with a conditional use permit, and in mixed use, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Now, funeral parlors. In the commercial zone, it's allowed with a conditional use permit, and industrial, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Galleries, arts, crafts, and artist studios. In a mixed use, it is permitted. Public storage. In industrial, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Golf course. In public facilities, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Grocery stores and delis. In commercial, it's allowed with it's permitted. Mixed use, it's permitted. Ice cream shops. In commercial zone, it's permitted. Inns.
And what I should say is that in the mixed use, the ice cream shop downtown would not be allowed. And so we should say in the mixed use, should it be allowed under a conditional or permitted? Right now there is an ice cream shop in the mixed use.
Yeah, we should add that in.
I think it should be conditional.
Conditional or permitted?
I think it's just permitted. No different than any other.
It's a retail sales, yeah.
Yeah, it's retail sales.
So
yeah, I think permitted.
Okay.
Permitted. Okay. Now going on to inns. Residential 1, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Residential 2, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Residential 3, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. In a commercial zone, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Mixed use, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. And in agricultural, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Laboratories and research facilities. In commercial, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Industrial, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. And in agricultural, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Laundromats and dry cleaning. Commercial zone, it's permitted. Industrial zone, it's permitted. Maintenance and repair services, non-automotive. In a commercial zone, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Mixed use, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. And in industrial, it is permitted.
Wait a minute, let's go back to laundromats.
Okay.
It seems like it should be in mixed use as well. I'm thinking of where ours is now.
I think the reason why we didn't want that was because of noise.
And traffic?
I think it had more to do with the noise of the machines
With the
with the
neighbors
residents
upstairs.
sitting above it.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah, because on a mixed use, you either have a horizontal or vertical, residential component. And so if you have a laundromat here and then somebody living above it.
But it has to be on that particular site,
It has to
not
be.
adjacent to?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, if anybody in the public has a comment on any of this, feel free to come up to the podium and I'll recognize you.
Okay. Manufacturing, assembly, packaging, processing, and other industrial operations where all emissions are effectively confined. In industrial, it is permitted. Medical clinics and laboratories. In commercial, it is permitted. And in industrial, it is permitted. Motels and hotels. In commercial, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. And in mixed use, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Bars and nightclubs. In a commercial zone, they're allowed with a conditional use permit, and in mixed use, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Offices, business, professional, administrative, and executive. In commercial, it's permitted. Mixed use, it's permitted, and industrial is permitted. Outdoor dining as an accessory use to a principal.
One moment.
Okay.
Looking at manufacturing, it's permitted in the industrial district. Do you want to have a closer look at that through a conditional use permit?
And why?
There's an awful lot of stuff that goes with it. Design.
You
Parking.
maybe permitted with an S so that they would have to come in with a site review so you can look at parking, drainage.
I could go for that.
And what about in an agricultural?
Yeah.
No, manufacturing, you don't want to mess up agriculture.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, continue.
All right, outdoor dining as an accessory use to a principal on-site restaurant. Commercial zone, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Pawn shops. In a commercial zone, they're allowed with the conditional use permit, and mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Personal services. Commercial, it's permitted, and in mixed use, it's permitted. Pet stores, including grooming, as long as no kenneling services are provided. In commercial, it's permitted, and in mixed use, it's permitted.
Hang on, just on that one there, and for the same reason as the laundromat, we may want to consider the mixed use or reconsider the mixed use, given the amount of noise that can come out of groomers. They can be awfully noisy places with the blow dryers and.
But I think you'd have insulation on the building, on that floor, to keep the noise down. I could see the kenneling service being an issue. If we're not
kenneling service, yeah, for sure.
I can live with a pet store because it's also retail sales.
I just think about, even with insulation, you've got, even though you're not kenneling them, there are going to be animals kenneled while they're being groomed, or not while between the times they get groomed, and that can be annoying at best.
Well, they put sidewalls up.
Same can be done for laundromat. I'm just.
Could you add an S overlay to that? An S overlay to that?
Oh, site plan?
Mm-hmm.
Site review?
With site review.
Site review.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might.
Site review, the site's already there. The building is already there.
Conditions might be the way to go around condition of insulating.
Let's see, the pet store. That's right, they sell pets. Well, I'm open. What does anybody want to call it?
Conditional might be the way to go, because you can put conditions of soundproofing or sound reduction.
Well, you'd only worry about that in mixed use land. Mixed use.
Yeah,
Right.
no, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Only in mixed use.
Okay.
So make it a C.
Okay, next.
All right. Plant nursery indoor. Commercial zone, it's allowed with the conditional use, and in mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And in agricultural, it is permitted. Plant nurseries outdoor. In a commercial zone, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit, and in agricultural, it is permitted. Pool and billiard establishments. In commercial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. In mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Printing, publishing, and blueprint services. In industrial, it is permitted. Public utilities facilities. In residential 1, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Residential 2, conditional use permit. Residential 3, conditional use permit. Commercial, conditional use permit. Industrial, conditional use permit. Public, conditional use permit. Public facilities, conditional use permit. And agricultural, conditional use permit. Recreational facilities. Commercial, conditional use permit. Industrial, permitted. Public, it's conditional use permit. Public facilities, conditional use permit. And agricultural, it's a conditional use permit. Recreational vehicle parks. In residential 3, it is permitted. Recycling facilities. In industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Recycling drop-off. In commercial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit, and in industrial, it's permitted. Research and development facilities. Residential 3, it's allowed with in industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit, and in agricultural, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Restaurants. In residential 3 areas, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. In commercial zoning, it's permitted. Mixed use zone, it's permitted. Retail shops. In the commercial area, it's permitted. And mixed use, it's permitted. Secondhand or consignment shops. In commercial zoning, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And in industrial, it's also allowed with the conditional use permit.
Is there, real quick, is there a reason why we wouldn't also have that conditional and mixed use? Any objection to that?
No real problem. Conditional use permit in the mixed use district?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Shopping centers. In a commercial zone, it's permitted. And in a mixed use zone, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Special events. In commercial zoning, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. In mixed use zoning, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. Industrial zoning, it's allowed with a conditional use permit. In public, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Theater or theaters. In industrial, it's allowed with it's permitted. Tow yards and impounds. In industrial zoning, it's allowed with the conditional use permit.
Wait a minute, let's go back to theater.
Okay.
I'm thinking of El Teatro. That's in residential, isn't it?
Well, anything that, no matter what happens here, everybody out there is grandfathered in. So if they were to close down the operation for a year, it would cease to exist as a theater.
Right.
But this will not affect anybody who's there, especially a use that we don't want in that district. They'd be allowed to stay until they changed or ceased to operate or changed, and then they would have to comply with the current zoning district.
And there was a theater on 3rd Street, the movie theater, and there was a theater on Washington Street.
Really?
Yeah.
The San Juan one?
The Star.
Okay. Where would you want theaters today?
Well, maybe mixed use. Or, no, maybe commercial.
If you had mixed use, it'd have to be a very tall building because you'd have to have all the volume for the number of people in it. Then you'd have people living on top of that.
It'd have to be in that building. Okay, let's do commercial. With a conditional.
Conditional with okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, warehousing. In industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit, and in agricultural, it's permitted. Wineries and wine tasting. In industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. In agricultural, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Wine tasting. In commercial, it's permitted. Mixed use is permitted. In industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit.
On the wineries and wine tasting, shouldn't that just be wineries with wine tasting? Or are we?
We're allowing both in those areas.
Because you may have a wine tasting without a winery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whereas you don't have the vineyards, you don't have for just wine tasting.
Right. Understood.
Okay.
Okay. So, now clubs and lodges. Commercial zone, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Industrial zone, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Community centers, mixed use, it's permitted. Parks, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Convalescent hospitals, nursing homes. Residential 3, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Commercial, it's permitted. Mixed use, conditional use permit. Cultural or historical establishment, such as museums, libraries, etc. In commercial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. In parks, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. In public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Government offices. In commercial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Mixed use, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Industrial, it's allowed with the conditional conditional use permit. And public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Parking lots and public parking lots. In commercial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Parks, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Now, parks and playgrounds. In industrial, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Public utility services, yards. Residential 1, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Residential 2, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And residential 3, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Recreational facilities, non-commercial.
That seems odd.
Yeah, let's hold off on
parks?
the utilities, public utility service yards. It doesn't seem that residential should be where it's ideally located.
Is that really how we came to it?
I think there's
missing something somewhere.
You got categories, parks and playgrounds, public, mixed up with public utility service yard? Is that?
No.
Is that a flip-flop there?
We left it in industrial.
We just left it in industrial?
No,
Parks and playground public?
I have
parks and playgrounds.
I have parks and playgrounds R1, R2, and R3.
And
That's what I thought. And I think that's a flip-flop there.
Per a meeting.
Yeah.
And then it's permitted in the
And
industrial.
the public utility service yards
Should
in
be
the
just industrial.
Correct. Yeah, so those two are
Flip-flopped.
flip-flopped. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Recreational facilities, non-commercial. In residential 1, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Residential 2, allowed with the conditional use permit. And residential 3, allowed with the conditional use permit. Worship facilities / religious facilities. In residential 1, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Residential 2, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And residential 3, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Schools. Residential 1, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. Residential 2, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And residential 3, it's allowed with the conditional use permit. And in public facilities, it's allowed with the conditional use permit.
On schools, we had got, when we were in our couple quick things on this. I had it that we'd actually crossed off the recreational facilities non-commercial. I don't know why. Maybe it was covered somewhere else. Anybody else have their notes from the original? Or am I the only guy who brought all of his notes from last
I
time?
know I was absent from one of those.
You got it.
Which one you want?
Well, no, it was recreational facilities, non-commercial. We had actually crossed it out because I think we actually
Yeah, it was
determined.
crossed out.
Yeah,
So where was it put?
Got rid of the whole thing?
we got rid of the whole thing.
It got put someplace else.
It got categorized somewhere else. Recreational vehicle parks, maybe? No, non-commercial. Recreational facility, commercial, no.
Commercial recreation entertainment, commercial filming.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I remember having a discussion about it. I just don't remember.
Why don't Rudy can put this in the final form, and he will.
We had it just as we have it now, as it's being reported. We did cross out for, I have it on record, for commercial and mixed use. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You had non-commercial in the commercial area?
Right. I had, originally, when we put this together, it was for just the 3 residentials, and what was the other one? It was public facilities. Just like it was being reported today. And the discussion was, I think, crossing out for commercial and mixed use. That's what I have crossed out. Whether we changed our mind after that, I don't know.
I would say is that we've made some changes now, and if Rudy can put it in the final form and then get it to you guys early, Then at the next meeting,
Okay.
November 3rd, then we'd be ready
Right.
to adopt it.
Okay.
That way you can kind of look at it.
The other thing too, schools, we had it down as accredited, schools accredited public and private.
Yeah, I got the public and private.
You mean,
Under schools.
Additional.
No, the title.
The
Schools.
title, schools accredited public and private.
Public and private, okay.
Right. I've got a couple of things on this. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to go to worship facilities and religious facilities.
Yeah, you do.
We talked about places of worship,
Yes.
and I think that's a better
Terminology.
terminology.
Yeah, we had actually had it down as place of worship.
Places of worship.
Started out as religious assembly, we changed it to place of worship.
Places of worship, that's it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way we're not dealing with mosques and synagogues and churches and whatever. People can choose their own.
Yep. Here. I had that too.
Hey, so great
We're in
minds.
two.
Great minds here. I want to commend staff on this thing. It was, like granted, you're going to do a final, but it's very neatly laid out, and I liked having the titles at the titles at the top on each page. That makes it real easy to follow.
Good. I've got a couple of things that we had discussed but did not
After
get
I
any
told him how good a
resolutions.
job he's doing.
Oh, no, I think it's a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong.
What you got?
However, we had discussed at the last meeting, there were 4 topics that we were going to look into. Gunsmith, firearm sales, hookah bar, cigar bar, smoke shops, and street vendors at non-street events, i.e. hot dog carts, ice cream carts, churro carts, fruit stands. And I don't see any of those addressed.
Okay, regarding the stands, they're allowed, but they're allowed with the permission of the city manager.
Okay.
So pending upon
So they fall into a different category.
Yeah, I would believe so.
In the event ordinance, yeah.
Okay, so firearm sales is a retail sale.
Well, as far as for firearms, I think that could go as a retail, but as far as documentation and certification, that goes through the state.
No, understood.
And even at the national level as well, too.
Sure. Hookah bar, cigar bar, smoke shop.
Those would also
Those all
be
are
about the
covered
same.
somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay. And then street vendors at non-street events, hot dog carts, ice cream carts, churro carts.
Yeah, those are the ones that need a
City manager.
permission granted by city manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very thorough.
And then just a point of clarification back on the page 2. This is in the residential uses, and this is just so that I'm clear. We have it down, single-family dwellings permitted in R1 and R2. Tonight there was 2 single-family dwellings going up, and that came to the city council. Why would those, or not city council, planning commission, why would those come to the planning commission if they're permitted, or should these be a conditional? I'm trying to figure out the distinction why the project on First Street what came for a site review versus on here it says the permitted. Should this be changed to a site review?
Yeah, you could say it's design review.
So those
falls under the design review guidelines that the Plan Commission will look at all new development.
So PS?
So all of these should be PSs, including the 2-family dwellings? Okay, so we need to change those single-family dwellings to PSs, R1 and R2, and then 2-family dwellings also being PSs. Right?
Where is this?
Single-family dwellings, PSs, and 2-family dwellings.
Why wouldn't 2-family dwellings be in R1? that like a duplex?
By the way, they're called duplexes if they're two-family. It's a single building with 2 units. It's called a duplex.
Right,
Right.
and we don't have those in R1?
No, that's
No,
the whole
it's
point. Single-family dwelling versus
Okay.
multiple.
Medium density versus.
So why don't we take two-family dwellings out and just call them what it is, a duplex?
Or what do they call them now?
Duplex.
Multiplex, duets.
Duets, that's what it is.
You can tell I've been out of the business for a while. Duets.
So they're going to be PSs, huh?
Okay. Like I was saying, I think it's neatly laid out, and we asked them to put line numbers, and all the text has line numbers, but Excel doesn't accept that, but we have line numbers where they're needed for discussion.
So it's
And the
big.
headings.
Yeah,
Good job.
nice.
Okay, so we'll continue this to the next meeting.
Really?
Second?
We're going to get the final version? Is that what you're going to? We're going to
Yeah.
go over the final version again?
Yeah, we'll put it in the proper order, get everything ready, and then and we'll get it to you early, and then you can review if there's any changes.
review it at home.
Because there's a lot of changes now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to do the one by one, but I think since it's going to be available, get it online, and that way people can go right to it. And then they bring any comments to the meeting if they have any, and then we'll go from there. Okay, if you can live with that. You got all the direction you need, Rudy?
Oh, no.
You have all that direction you need? Okay. Okay, that was the, let's see, the only matrix. Consider a permit process for small rooftop solar systems.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, member of the commission, the state recently adopted AB 2188, and it really establishes as a streamlined effect for rooftop solar installations permit process. The city, we've been doing it all along because we act fairly rapidly when we get an application. We can turn it around in a day to 2 days and stuff like that. Evidently, some of the jurisdictions have been having problems, so they adopted this thing to force the cities to streamline the act and everything. And so this is a draft right out of the thing there, but I wanted to bring it to your attention because I added one provision in there where I, on C on page 5, okay, under 10.07.030, applicability, up on top, number C. And I added, all buildings within the historical district shall require a design review by the Historical Resources Board prior to issuance.
I wrote yes in the margin.
And I just added that in to the thing, so that's...
What's the state's view on holding up that process then?
Only because it's a historical district and it takes special consideration.
Okay, so but the state's okay with that
Yes.
provision? Okay,
Well, they're the ones who want the state's monuments to stay in place. So it's in the
Have they
state's
been to our
interest.
park? Never mind.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
How big are these, how big an area are we talking about of the solar panels?
Well, most of them are somewhere at 3.5 to 4 feet by 5 feet, you know. That's the standard.
Okay, now they
size.
need direct sunlight. What if there's a tree in the
Not a
way?
problem.
Because I remember that there was
The
one
efficiency
Chainsaw
of
and
them
a
are
gallon of
getting
gas.
fairly good.
Chainsaw.
And even even under an overcast day or a foggy day, they can still emit and generate power, you know, surprisingly.
They come down and look at it, and then they tell you where you
Yeah.
put your panels. We're doing one right now on Washington Street, gonna cover 400 square feet,
Yeah.
Wow.
and then 4 panels on the lower roof. I
So
think they
your
just pulled
house,
from
does
that
it
for
face east-west?
that. They're truss roofs.
So where will the panels go?
They go on top of the roof. It's on a tile roof. So they make a clip that goes up underneath, and then they put a track, and then they put all the
It's
panels
raised,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. Then they upgrade your electrical panels and all that stuff. Then the meter runs backwards, and they get the money.
They're getting very efficient on it.
Wow.
So we were supposed to adopt this by September. Here it is now October. So I wanted to get it to you. If you guys approve it, you're really recommending to the city council, and I'll put it on for the November 20th, and then start processing it as an ordinance. And then it'll take 30 days, and so probably won't be effective until the first of the year.
I'd like to suggest that everywhere where we have state and city, that they be capitalized because they're referring to the state of California and the city of San Juan.
Okay. Good.
Okay, this is the permit process.
Real quick, just a quick question. Page 4 on the B, number 1. I'm unfamiliar with solar. Is a 10 kilowatt, is that a big system, a small system for a residential?
It all depends on the size of the house you have.
Yeah.
They're coming and calculate out what the power you use, and that's the size system.
10 kilowatts would be a medium for a residential house.
Okay. Just curious.
The solar panels are alternating current? They're not. They're direct current.
Yeah, you gotta go and get the converter that.
Yeah, the converter,
AC.
it's attached to a converter.
Yeah, right.
What it does is put the power back and feeds it back into PG&E lines, because you don't have no battery storage.
We had one installed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've gone
Home
through
Depot?
all that.
Yeah, Tesla's working on the
Free.
storage part.
Does anyone in the public would like to speak on this?
Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. I think it might be a good idea to add that no solar panels be in the front of a building in the historical district. Nothing showing in the front of a building in our historical district.
Roger included all buildings within the historic district shall require a design review by the Historical Resources Board prior to issuance.
Right.
Does that work for you?
If you state right off the bat that they're not allowed in a front of a building, you're not going to have anybody asking for approval.
So what do you mean in front of the building?
Visible
So
from the
that's
street.
visible.
Yeah,
Visible from the street
yeah,
vision.
visible from the main street. And the reason I say that, up in Riverbank, my daughter lives in a cul-de-sac, and somebody put a solar system right where you can see it, and it looks horrible, and the whole neighborhood's up in arms. So,
You know, my daughter
Was
lives.
it on the roof?
pardon?
Was it on the roof?
Yes, on the roof.
Well, you know, the only way they're going to put it on the roof is if it's in an appropriate position
Exactly.
to accommodate the sun.
Yes.
So you're saying there may be some people that will not get a solar system because it's facing the
Exactly.
street.
And they'll tell you that when they come. If you're positioning your house
that a
to where
state?
it's not effective, then
They
you're
won't
not
do
gonna
it.
do it.
Huh.
I've got solar, I just put it in recently,
Huh.
Let me
We can't see it.
and you can't see it.
Let me
I
throw-
made sure
let me-
that you can't see it.
Yeah.
let me throw a quick scenario. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
And if it would affect my neighbors, I would not have put it in. So it didn't.
Well, it does. I look at it every day.
That's from your backyard though. Not for the street.
So the scenario I have is in the historic district. Most solar companies want these things facing as
Well, they won't
south
put it in
as
if
south
it's
as
not in the
possible.
proper place. I mean,
Right.
it won't work.
So what? But what?
You're trying to save energy, right? So you can't save energy if you don't put it in the right place.
Right. But I guess my comment to keeping it off is there could conceivably, matter of fact, half the block on 3rd Street is their roof is facing south on the front side. Can we tell them you can't put solar up?
I don't think you can. I think it's a state law. They could put them up, right, Roger?
No, it's a historical district. We have exceptions because it is a historical district.
But that's a federal law, so I don't know.
Well, maybe we
It's
need
a
to
national
get-
historic
maybe
district.
we need to interpret the law and get a definition on that before we.
I hate to continue it, but I mean that's.
Well, no, but look,
Yeah.
if you want it, you got to make it work. If it means putting it up on stilts or something in the back of the yard or something, to make it work.
Yeah,
You see, it can be done.
Yeah.
It just costs a few more bucks, but we're not concerned about that. We're concerned about the energy.
Well, they're not going to put the extra bucks in if not saving. You got to save money in the long run.
See, what's going to happen at San Juan School eventually gonna put one out there. It's gonna be probably out in the back of the school on the ground. Because all schools are putting them in now.
On the ground. Yeah, see, there's other ways of doing it.
Just bringing it up.
You can also share with your neighbor. If your neighbor has a proper roof line, you can always share with your neighbor. Hook up both. That's another possibility.
Sure.
Pat, I can share with you.
Right, until he doesn't give your lawnmower back. You guys are at odds and he cuts the wire.
Okay, so anybody else in the public would like to speak about this? For, against, or in between? Okay, commissioners, what do you want to do here? Yeah, I have my questions answered, so I'm happy with it. I think in the historical district, the review will pick up anything that's going to be of concern.
Yeah. What resolution number would this be? What resolution number would this be?
33.
33?
33.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
It's a resolution.
Oh, this is
of
an ordinance.
It's a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista recommending adoption of an ordinance amending Title 10 of the San Juan Municipal Code, adding Chapter 1007 to provide expedited permit process for small residential rooftop solar systems.
Did this need a public hearing?
No. You're recommending it to the City Council.
Okay.
So why do we need this, though? If Dave has one and you're getting one, and we didn't have to approve them, so
State has required
the state wants every city to. The state sent out a thing says every city shall adopt an ordinance expediting the process.
Okay.
Now they don't realize that we're efficient, so
Okay.
so they want to just make
some cities could take weeks and
It's
people are
gotta be-
standing around.
So
waiting
did
for
you
it
have to get a
happen.
permit to do your?
What's that?
Did you have to get a permit to do your?
Roger, we already pulled the permit. It's not for me, but it's for Mike on Washington Street.
Okay. Good. Well,
So I have,
This just speeds up the permit process.
yeah.
I move to pass a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista recommending the adoption of an ordinance amending Title 10 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, adding Chapter 10-07 to provide an expedited permit process for small residential rooftop solar systems.
I'll second.
Okay. With the capitalization of city and state.
With the corrections of
Okay.
capitalizations of cities and states.
And a comma between Franco and chairperson.
Comma or semicolon? How does that work?
Comma.
Okay.
Okay,
Did we have a second?
vote. The second
Yes,
is David
right here.
Harris.
second, call for the vote.
Commissioner Geber,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Majeros,
Aye.
Commissioner Gossoff,
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is carried. The maker passes unanimously.
Okay, we're moving along here. Next, consider a monument project design approval. The Alameda and Nyland Drive, and the applicant is Mr. Richard Ponce.
Thank you.
Have we met him before?
I have a corrected design in front of you. But before we start, I'd like to say that we had a very, very long and strong discussion on what we can do to help our community get back on its feet. And this is one of the ways that the San Juan Committee, with the help of our developer, to help our merchants survive. Anyway, before you see I have a bird's eye view with the river life curve on the wall that I didn't do on the last one, my fault, but it's been corrected. And Roger went out there and checked out the site and picked out the best location so that this would be visible from coming from both ways, from Hall Stream, from 101. what you see in the back, the parking spaces and all that is something for the future that the city is planning to do. This will give you an idea of the whole project, what it would look like. The landscaping will be coming next once we get approval to work to go forward with this. We will present landscaping design for your approval. The big picture here is what it's going to look like. It looks kind of plain because of the last landscaping, but this is where we start. And it will look very much like what's out on the highway, on 101, which is, I think, a beautiful monument, and we're trying to do the same thing.
So will it have a cross or not? Will it have a cross on the top?
That is something that I need help
To be determined.
from you guys. Some people say it's a good idea, some people say no. That's open to whatever you guys feel should be done with that.
It is a mission here.
Yeah, but the lateral lost its cross, I think.
Who?
The lateral, the camp, the one on 101. The one that looks just like this.
Out at the Campanile.
Campanile, or whatever they call it.
Used to have a cross.
Yeah,
Under 101.
yeah.
Yeah, it used to have a cross, it's not there anymore.
That's gone.
And then right opposite the one on the highway, there is a big wooden cross there.
Up on the hill, that one?
Pagan Hill.
There's
Yeah.
a big wooden
Yeah.
cross also.
I think there was a movement where government couldn't project religious beliefs, and so they had to take the cross off. The state did that.
So when you're coming down the highway, Richard, you won't be able to see this on it, huh? When you're coming up the hill?
Yeah, this is the best position that we can come with to take care of both directions. And if you go look at it, in fact, right behind it is a little school monument, and you could see it from the highway. This will be up closer to the highway, and it will be on a knoll, so it would be, in my opinion, very easy to see. Yeah, we thought about that, Pat. What's the best spot to put it?
No, I'm just saying because when you're coming off the mountain from Salinas, you're not going to be able to see that San Juan, the teeth department.
You're talking coming off of 101.
Pat, you got to realize it's going to be on a knoll. It's not going to
No,
be.
but if you look at this map,
The angle of it's
You
going
won't
to
be able to read it.
the highway's coming down here like this. This going into San Juan.
The highway's right here.
No, the highway's over here. Right here.
Oh, wait a
This
minute.
is Alameda.
On the corner. This is the highway down here.
Yeah, but coming off the top of it, coming down,
It looks like you'd be able to see it.
Yeah, the only way you can't see it is when that tree gets in front of it. If you're going westbound.
And we did get permission to trim that walnut tree that's on the
Oh, really?
state property.
Down to about 6 inches off the ground?
Yeah, we'll trim it.
don't bother me.
That trim is trim.
I've got a smoker.
We didn't say how much, but we'll trim it.
Yeah.
And somebody tried to burn it, but it was the wrong side of the road.
Now, when they do the 101, are they going to do any work on this?
Not this.
That's going to bypass that?
No, it's going to be further down, basically where the adobe, the Nyland adobe is.
Okay,
Right around there is going to go forward.
all right.
And it's going to be, there's a draining issue there. There's going to be a drain line going through there, so we'll take care of that. Pretty much, Roger has really covered all the issues on it.
This thing is really shrunk in size. Wasn't it like 30 feet last time we discussed it?
No, it was 14 feet.
14 feet, it's about the same.
Yeah, it's
about the
13.8.
Yeah. And it's on a knoll.
It's on the knoll. And we plan to do, once we get the monument up, we get the landscaping. They will, we're planning to do some work on the back of it, maybe some benches, some information about our city. But the main thing is to get it up because we really need to promote our community.
I think it's great.
Well, I think it's long overdue.
Yeah.
And it's well presented.
We're very lucky.
And if you want the cross up there, I'll support it. I mean, this is mission architecture. There's no maybes about it. And we have a mission here. If they want to talk getting rid of the mission, well, we can fight on that one too.
And if we really get a lot of heat, we can always take it off.
Yeah, but the
Fight
thing-
first.
But I always think that who are you going to offend? Because if you take it off, you're going to offend some people. And if you put it on, you're going to offend some people. So where do we go with that? I think it's an architectural part of the structure. It was originally historically there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not saying, you know, that, but that's I just see that. Who are you going to offend?
It's just like
somebody
telling us that we have to take the cross off a mission, you know?
And I'm just saying that those people who are not offended, I mean, what rights do they have versus those who are? So I don't know. It's hard. Yeah. But I think what we have in favor is that it's an architectural part.
Mission style.
It's an element part of our history. And that's the way it should be looked at as
I see
historical element.
So at the last meeting, we were talking about building a temporary gauge to gauge this thing. Roger, you went out and kind of surveyed this. Do you think that's necessary still, or do you think that's...
Well, you know, a story pole line could give you an idea of how tall it's going to go, you know.
Yeah.
And we're dealing, we're also planning to find a way to do it on the other end of town. And we're really trying to conserve what we have. I personally don't think a story pole is going to change anything. You know, it's 13 feet 8 inches. That's not really big.
Now, if it had been controversial, the story pole would have been in your interest to show the public where it was and what it was not going to do. You know, put in block views and make it unsafe. And that's what a story pole would have done.
Because I'm looking at my notes from last time, and last time we were given the dimension, it wasn't 30 feet, it was 20 feet. So now we're down to 15 and 13. You know, my only concern would be sight of view past it. And I think that was the concern we had last time, was just sight of view past the structure. I mean, there's no doubt that something like this is going to be absolutely beneficial to the city on a lot of different levels. Again, I would kind of defer to city staff, and I guess I'm backing off my stance of saying outright I want to see that up there. But I also, what I don't want is to build this whole thing and go, man, we messed up.
Right now, it's like a depression. How much dirt? How high is it that you can have? How much dirt do you have to elevate to bring it up to?
Well, it's going to be about 3 feet above the level.
So 3 feet above what it is now?
No, you're saying you're going to backfill, and then it'll be 3 feet above that.
Yes.
How much backfill?
And then go 3 feet above.
So that's 18.
So if you got a valley there, you're gonna level that off, and then it'll be 3 feet above that.
Right. And then you have 15 feet above it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 18 feet.
You know, I think we've got enough for direction.
It's going to be 40 feet, 44 feet long.
Yeah, we know where it's going to be. We know what it's going to look like. And the rest, I think, is engineering and building permits.
Yeah, the other thing too, Richard, if you're going to entertain the idea on McCollum, I mean, what I heard tonight was, what about the highway? You know, for the merchants, maybe that's where the energy needs to go next to help out the merchants.
Yeah, I've been looking at that at the other end of town, across the highway, where an island property is. There's a little knoll there. Maybe we can work out something with an island family to get along, lease on that little area and put either a sign like we used to have.
Yeah. What about the original location? That's no longer, because it's state highway, whatever? The original location of our
By the gum
sign, out on the highway 101.
Oh, I don't even know where it was at, the sign, exactly where it was.
Wasn't it just beyond the gum trees?
It was just on the right before you got off the off-ramp today.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the Larios property. I don't know. We can certainly try to find out if we can put something there. It would be nice too.
Okay, we don't have a resolution or anything like that on this thing?
Just give direction.
So what kind of action are we going to take?
Well, it's an action item.
Well, the question was brought before us was
Consider monument project design
considering
approval.
The monument project design approval.
Yeah, design approval, project
Yeah.
design approval, that's what we're asking for.
Okay, are we,
Do we have any comments from the public?
now we're talking about, we're going to need, okay, we know what it's going to look like. Was a use permit required for this or anything like that to cite it?
It's on
So
public.
my concern is I don't want to say great design and have them start putting it up and then say, hey, wait a minute, you guys didn't do this or that. And that would be disservice to the, like I said, to the merchants. I'm going to get all the details now, so we just, all I do is say thank you.
Yeah, we're hoping that because it is city property, it is our property, we don't have to spend any money buying property, that some of these fees, if possible, can be waived.
Yeah, it's on city property. It's a judgment call whether you want to process it as a.
I just want to make sure that if
permit.
anybody sues us, that we are ironclad, because I don't want to see this one stop once it starts.
It's good point. It's going to be in front of everybody, in view of public.
Well, we could go through the standard procedure of getting a design review of it, because that's what you did.
I think that's
And
probably.
and then develop a resolution. And,
Okay, you want to run this one to the historical review board?
Well, we could.
I mean,
if you think that would cross all the.
I want
Ts
to
and
get
dots.
as much publicity on this thing and much support as we can.
Is that going to hold you up more? Is it going to hold you up more if we bring this back next month for formal design
Final
review
action.
and?
No, I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
We would love to get it going as soon as possible, because our downtown's been suffering for years, and it's, like Pat says, they're just dropping. But if that's what's necessary, we also want to follow the rules and make sure that we're doing it.
Is that on city property or state property?
City property.
City?
Can we, if we're going to do a workshop, can this be worked into that special meeting?
Then you have to advertise it as a public meeting.
You mean as a resolution?
It needs to be, if it's a workshop, it's going to be
Yeah.
shown as public.
I think we can get it back and get it on the November 3rd.
Okay.
The 1 month is not going to delay it that much.
Like I said, my concern is only this ironclad. It's like once you start it, I don't want it to stop. I want to see the thing completed.
What's
Wanda had a good suggestion at the last meeting, is maybe we can put a picture of it in
The newspaper, yes. I was thinking of that, but do you want to wait till it's officially approved, or do you want to try to garner interest and support?
Well, you could have people come to the meeting, 50 people saying we want our sign.
Yeah.
Well, if you could put it.
Is it possible to get officially approved tonight?
Oh. Well, not according to our
Good question.
chair.
Not quite.
Well, it's not coming up to us for a resolution.
Wanda, what we will do
It's just up for
maybe is
consideration.
just say this is the proposed project.
Yeah.
and put it in the paper.
So October 23rd is the deadline.
Okay.
So I think it'd be great to get it in the paper.
What's the, if this thing goes through in November, what's the proposed, what's the timeline from start to finish on this?
I don't know.
Okay.
Once we get this going, then we're going to really take off and talk to contractors, and we have people in mind already to talk to.
That's great.
Okay.
That's so wonderful.
Okay, so this one will be continued to the November meeting. Okay. E. Consider recommendation by Historic Resources Board for J.J.'s Burgers fence paint selection. And that was referred back to the applicant, so we'll just continue this.
Continue it, yeah.
Okay, consider recommendation by Historic Resources Board for Historic Downtown District Streetscape Guidelines. We're going to do more work on that one?
We decided we're going to review the design guidelines and see.
It's not coming before planning.
Okay, so we'll just
Continue it.
continue it, or you want to drop it, or table it?
Continue to a workshop.
Continue to workshop.
Yeah.
Okay, continue the workshop.
Time to be determined.
To the workshop. Now, who's going to run the workshop? The commission or the board?
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, okay. So let us know when workshop comes up. Discussion items. Hacienda de Leal update.
We'll continue that. I've talked with our attorney, and she hasn't had the time to finish up on it, and so we'll continue that.
Earthbound.
Did they pull a permit for the party on the 19th?
For no.
A special event permit?
No. Nope.
There's a comment from the public.
I heard that they used Instead's license.
Al's license, yeah.
To get around that, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay. Any other, if the public has any comments as we come up, just kind of raise your hand. Earthbound Farms proposed expansion of facility.
I think Dan DeFries and the representative from Earthbound will be here at the November meeting.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Is he employed by Earthbound now?
Well, call it Earthbound. It's owned by a different company now.
But I wonder, will he be able to vote will he have to recuse himself from that?
Is he being retained? Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's something that county council is going to have to resolve, right? Mm-hmm.
It just seems like, since he's a county planning commissioner.
Hi.
The Earthbound situation, I take issue with in the bicycle lane that we've spent, I don't know how much, more than $1 million in getting from San Juan to Enzar. It has come up with several times that trucks have been parking in a row right in the bike lane, waiting to get into Earthbound, or whatever they call themselves, a bike wave maybe now. And I have confronted them. I went into the parking lot, talked to the dispatcher, and wanted to know why they haven't been regulating their truck traffic and bringing it in. And they said, well, we don't know. We haven't got enough room here to put them, right? So I walked over to a couple of truckers and I said, you see that space right there? Could you back into that? Piece of cake. So I said, now there's a lot of those all around here. So the next day I went into management and told them, about the bike path, that this is illegal for them to be citing that space for those trucks to be at, and if they cannot organize that much space for their trucks to park, then there's something wrong with their engineers. And so then I talked to Anthony Botello, and Anthony also contacted them, and then there were no more trucks. And then it started up again, and I took pictures each time, sending them to Anthony. There was 10 trucks in a row out there. And anyway, this again happened today on my way to this meeting. There were at least 6 trucks from Anzar all the way to the entry gate, one after another in the bike lane.
You can't get the sheriff department to ticket them because it's a vehicle license violation.
Right,
parking
right.
in a bike path.
So I got right out there in the farm field and took a picture of all of them so they could see me. So and I sent it to Anthony again. So he has been in contact with DeVries, who was their lawyer, if not now. So we'll see if they take care of that. But if they're going to be continuing to expand, which if you go on the road behind, whatever that is.
Is it Justo?
San Justo, yes. You can see that they're doing a lot behind the fencing. So if they're degrading their parking space and they're expected to use our county roads and then across 129, if that's going to be a commercial hub designated for the county with Caltrans, right? And where are they going to have space? I mean, they've been parking at the KOA too.
I could answer a few questions for you. They just bought 35 acres off Patello across the street, and San Justo Road's going to be closed down, and they're going to put all their trucking on that side of the highway.
Oh, really?
And they're going to move the highway to the other end of the plant that goes through San Justo. That's their plan right now.
It's going to be an interesting meeting in November.
Yep, it will be. Very informative.
Until they get all that finished, we don't want those
Well, I think you have to continue to tell Anthony to talk to Darrell Thompson and have the sheriff's department violate those, issue tickets on it because that's a violation.
Yes, I agree.
A simple call to 911 would, just explaining what's going on would.
911.
He's Neighborhood Watch, so he knows.
Neighborhood Watch, we actually had 911 dispatch out. In San Benito County, all emergency and non-emergency calls go straight to 911. But if you call 911, they will get you to the proper authorities. Probably might be CHP or sheriff. And just let them know there's people parked out the bike lanes, and they'll send the proper agency out.
We'll work on that.
Thank you for your vigilance, Val.
See you in November.
I have a comment on that too. I agree with everything she said. I've seen the same thing too. But then we also want to be careful that we're good neighbors because they're a big company, and we hope someday to tap into their resources. So let's make them follow the rules, but let's be nice about it because we want their help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
Any other comments on this one? Commissioners? Okay.
Can't wait for November.
Well, I just want to say, if they're going to be good neighbors, then I think San Juan would definitely be a good neighbor too. I mean, and this meeting that we're having, which should have happened tonight, we're going to have in November. What does the city of San Juan Bautista expect to hear at that meeting that would help us understand what they're doing is the best thing for all of us? What exactly are we going to hear from them? And if we hear something that we're concerned about, what actions can we take, or what authority do we have to tell them whether they can or can't do that? Let's say, with the bike lanes or where they're going to put the roads in and that kind of a thing.
City has no power out there because it's county jurisdiction.
So this is just an information thing,
yeah.
And that's all we can do here.
Yeah, well, we have our county supervisor that hopefully will help us take care of those issues. And we there's a lot of our people that are working at that plant too, so benefits.
So is our supervisor going to be here too for that information meeting?
No, we can invite him.
You probably will be.
I would like to have them here.
I'd love to see. Yeah, that would be.
Let's all invite him.
Yeah, if that input for us is just information and we have no authority or power to say yay or nay, and the only next person that can do is, it's nice that I hear this information, but I would like to have somebody here that says, okay, here's your concerns from the city of San Juan Bautista. Let's see where we can go with this, because I'll get back with you or whatever.
That's
So-
why I wondered if Dan DeVries, being on the County Planning Commission, will be voicing our concerns, or will he be
Yeah, maybe so.
voicing the companies?
Ask our supervisor.
Yeah, that sounds like a conflict of interest to me, but anyway, it would be a good idea to invite Anthony. If we do have concerns, he will have them already before they start their process.
Yeah.
Because this is big. This is not just a
Because,
small.
because we do have some authority here when it comes to voting, eventually. And I'd like to have that opportunity given to the city.
So we should all send an email to Mr. Patello.
Well, no, I mean,
Pretty pleased.
I think we're going to be good neighbors. That's the
Yes.
bottom line here. And we do want a business. We do want employment to go up here and that kind of a thing. But we also want to be good neighbors to each other.
And they don't. They're not so big that they don't want good PR.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're off the clock, but they're still within the PR is a good thing to
Yeah.
have in your business. Okay. Next one is Harvey's lockup.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, he's finished the sprinkler system, and it's approved by the fire department. And he removed a couple of the exterior signs to comply with that.
He has?
Yes.
He has?
Mhm, yeah.
Took it down today.
Today.
You did see that? I didn't notice.
The last issue is the improvements along Church Street, and I walked with it there, and he's going to start initiating that, and I'll get the plans out.
We ever get a chance to look inside that back shop?
Yeah, that's part of his motor home, and his friend is working on some equipment in there.
Okay.
I think we should send him a little letter thanking him that he got the fire sprinkler done.
Yeah.
And we'll be glad when he gets Third Street done.
That's
I mean,
what I
the
was
back
thinking
street
too,
done.
or maybe personally go to him and shake his hand.
But you know, this only
He's
came
moving
about.
along. Yeah,
This only came about because the commission got involved. And I think, if we keep doing this one by one, bring our city up to standards. Okay, Valero Service Station conditions of approval for curbs and gutters.
Well, Rudy went back and researched it.
Good job, Rudy.
Okay.
How deep did you have to go into the records?
Way back.
Pretty far back. It was originally approved in 1989. And since that point, the conditions for the conditional use permit was amended. It was finally amended in 1999 to where the owner or tenant there would not put the curb gutter and sidewalk until there was other development in that area, and there still isn't any next to it, so they still don't need to put the.
And back then, that was before the Maselli Apartments, and there was no curb and gutter, and so they decided that not to have the curb and gutter put in at that corner there, because it was discontinuity all the way down to the Botello potato chip plant, and stuff. So since then, Maselli has got the curb and gutter there, and it's closer, but then there's two other properties in between that, the potting shed, and then the 60-foot wide, and then the Valero piece. And so.
But the original contract was he had it in within 7 years.
Yeah.
And then later on, they changed it.
Yeah.
So let me throw out a hypothetical here. So the hypothetical is, the way it's written up right now is they'll put in curb gutter and sidewalk once the properties on either side of it are developed. If somehow we were able to figure out a way to get curb gutter and sidewalk placed on both sides, would that force their hand into putting curb gutter and sidewalk on their property? Without the property being developed? Let's say the properties, that there's a way to get curb gutter and sidewalk put in on either side of that place.
Yeah, if you got the curb gutter and sidewalk that would be contiguous to it, then it would click off that condition.
Is this with all properties in San Juan Bautista?
No, this is
that
this is
business
piece.
Because there's a lot of contiguous going on,
So this,
that there's a lot of broken, that doesn't hold up.
it'll be years before they put sidewalks and curb gutters in.
Well,
See, that's why I've always forced that when we do it, we follow up on it now. Just like the little house they did, they put the curb and gutter in. And I think Roger now wants them to put some blacktop in front of it. So, and Jim West's house the same way, we put the curb and gutter in.
we might have a solution.
Well, not really.
Well, you suggesting that the city put in the sidewalk and gutter?
No, there's a solution we're working on, but
You're not at liberty to tell us.
well, no, it's not even that.
Public business has to be done in public.
Yeah, no, there's the original plan for Rancho Vista included curb gutter and sidewalk being continued all the way to Monterey. Correct?
On 3rd Street.
On 3rd Street. Was the portion in front of Harvey's Locker also included in what Rancho Vista was going to put in, or was that taken out of that agreement?
I would take it out of that.
That was taken out of it. Rats, I thought I had a solution. I tried.
Good effort.
That was it.
Good.
You know, with all this deferral and stuff, it kind of bothers me how this thing was done. One thing that really bothers me is that the citizens of San Juan Bautista and San Benito County support continuation of the gas station, the gas and service station that includes a retail store and car wash. It is very unlikely that any HRB or PC member will vote against the proposed project. However, it is impossible to anticipate what comments and concerns might be at the hearing. When I hear something from staff like that, I mean, I'm ready to throw them out. That was, to me, is the lowest thing you can do.
What happened here, you don't understand, there was not going to be no gas station in San Juan, but this kid that was in Kenny's gas station down there decided to go to Kathy to build a gas station, to keep a gas station in San Juan. That's how all this came about. So they gave him breaks where he could put a gas station in.
But just the way that they...
Oh, yeah.
I never guessed on my commission or my council, ever. Just don't do that. It's very unprofessional. But anyway, and then the other thing that bothered me too was on these guys, why should it be done, you know? Some people are going to get upset. Well, wait a minute. The condition was intended to improve the quality of the ambience of this city.
Yeah.
And they're telling us it doesn't count. This should have been picked up at the time and thrown right out.
The problem you have, and I know there's properties next to it, but if you've ever tried to walk that stretch at any point in time, much less at night.
I walk it once a month to go to BFW meetings.
Yeah, it's
from San Antonio all the way down.
It's a scary proposition.
Once you get off the sidewalk, you got to watch what's on the ground.
Yeah.
But see, that could have been taken care of.
Yep.
And if the city was to do it, put a lien against the property, I could see that too.
Because the same property that's on the other side is owned by 902 all the way through. So when they split that off, they should have put a conditioner. They had to put the sidewalk all the way down and around.
See, I wanted
it was all one piece of property.
Remember, I wanted curb and gutter across from those apartments.
Right.
And just put it against the developer, and the developer's coming in now. He could have just paid the guy for the.
But you're dealing with two different people. Two
That's
lots.
okay. That's okay. Conditions of approval. Hey, you owe the guy some money.
Yeah.
You pay first, and then we talk about the permits. No, I'm just sorry that this happened because I feel that it put the city behind. We could have done a lot more had they just followed the rules and say, hey, it's there because we want to improve the city.
And it's an entrance point.
I mean, if every time we look up here, well, gee, I don't think we don't want to hurt somebody. People come to San Juan for a reason because we're offering something. And all of a sudden, we're reversing our own standards that brought them in to begin with.
That's why I keep on bringing up Harvey's lockup, and then I get beat up all the time. But that's where we're trying to get this finished up on our watch.
That's an entryway also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's an entryway, yeah. Okay, so much of my preaching here.
Anyway.
But at least we know where we are.
Public comment?
And that's something we didn't know, but thanks, Rudy.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. I think we just ought to give you a microphone down there.
You know, if you want to, we can just get you a little thing up there,
Moment of
just
relief.
prop it up top and.
Okay, I remember pretty much what happened way back when that gas station was allowed to exist. It was agreed on way back there that when the property, the adjoining property would be developed, it would be curb and gutter put in, okay? And that property was developed. Now, that property is under one ownership, the gas station and all that property in between.
The empty
That's
lot.
under one ownership. That's one parcel. So it is part of what the gas station, it's part of the gas station. It's not owned by different people. So the condition was when that property adjoining that parcel was developed, then they would put in the sidewalk. That time came up when those apartments were built. If you really dig deep into records, you will see that. The word contiguous, I think you remember that. We argued about that word contiguous.
So that empty lot belongs to not to...
Yes, it does.
Oh.
That's all one parcel.
And the potting shed.
It's one parcel.
Yeah,
So
all
that-
3 parcels are owned there.
It's all owned
However, the legal law says it's a separate parcel, even though it in common ownership, it's a separate parcel.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. That's the way.
They've got their own little.
Yeah.
Was that one parcel, was that 3 separate parcels at the time,
Yes.
way back then?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what about JJ's and the brewery? Is it 2 parcels or is that one big parcel?
Two
It is
parcels.
Two parcels.
Yeah. Common ownership, but 2 different parcels.
We have to take a closer look when we do stuff. Okay, at least we know.
Okay.
The next one, construction restrictions for projects.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 or 4 years in each project, we've been putting this as a standard condition on almost all development projects. So it's something that we just automatically do. There's nothing in our building standards that require it, but we do it only because of the adjacent property, and particularly anytime there's residential property, we're very sensitive to that.
So I was the one who kind of brought this up for a couple of reasons. One, a property that was on tonight's agenda had construction as early as 6:45 in the morning on weekdays. And it had been brought up before from the property on the other side of me, where the preschool used to be, where they were firing up Saturday mornings at dark 30. So I was able to go on and pull, I don't know how I found this one, Metro Media draft mitigated negative declaration, and this actually lists out probably 60 to 100 different city ordinances and their construction hours of limitation, regardless of whether it's on their conditions of approval. Pick a city, San Mateo, weekdays 7 to 7, Saturdays 10 to 5, Sundays and Sundays 12 to 4, and no construction on holidays. I mean, so what I'm proposing is to have a generic
Standard conditions.
standards conditions that says hours of construction from, pick a time, 7 to 6 p.m. weekdays, Saturdays 8 to 5, and Sundays and holidays, unless you've got a special permit or something, no go. And this comes down to,
And dust control.
well, yeah, this was more geared towards noise, but I mean, to have an excavator and a front loader fire up at 6:45 in the morning, I'm long gone by then, but there's a lot of people
Saturday.
who aren't on weekdays. And
So would this be more binding than the conditions of approval, or how would it?
This would be more generic than the conditions of approval. The conditions of approval would pretty much mirror this as well, although you could probably just drop that condition off it altogether because it would be included in a city ordinance of sorts. So
If you attach it to use permit, it becomes part of the ordinance.
So you can have I know Campbell, we were having issues, when I lived in Campbell, we were having issues with neighbors firing up saws on Sunday morning, and they caught me more than once in my PJs walking over and politely asking them to shut off their saws, shut off their air compressor, and for the love of God, let me sleep in another hour and a half. But I think it would be an important thing so that we've got, I mean, again, it comes down to enforcement, but at least there's something behind, hey, you can't be firing up your big equipment at ODark 30 on these days. These are things. Some of these are even, I was able to read that some of these were even split out into, and I'll hand this over to you guys. Some of these were even split out into contractors versus homeowners, and having the hours of time of what was and was not acceptable. So, I mean, I think it's just something that we need to really look into, to at least get something on the books so that we don't.
It's a public health and safety issue because if people don't get their sleep, you have people go shooting each other. No, Roger, what time can you start construction in the city? Heavy equipment.
It'd be either 8 or 8:30.
Okay, the Clower project, they're starting at 7. And we got heavy duty equipment out there.
7 o'clock?
Yeah.
I go by there and they're starting up their rigs, but they're not doing anything.
Well, the noise from all this equipment, I don't know what they move, but I hear it. It wakes me up.
Yeah.
Most of the job that I run, we all start at 7 o'clock.
I was just kind of wondering, because like I said, it's
7 to 8, 7.
the farther you get from it, it's different, but when you're, when you're 70 feet away, you hear it all.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the construction industry too. I mean, starting a typical construction site workday is 7 to 3:30, 7 to 3:30, 7 to 3:30. So to have the times be 7 to 5, and that gives the ability for overtime to finish off whatever you're in the middle of, or even 7:30. That gives them the time to start setting up before they go firing up the big equipment or something of that sort, and have a We don't want to limit what they're doing completely. We just want them to be respectful of the neighbors around them. I think is more my thought of having this.
Well, they're putting in a road there, so it's heavy
No,
duty
I'm
stuff.
with you.
Yeah.
The steamroller's not bad, but the vibrators, shake you out of bed. I get it.
Okay. Any other comments on?
So I don't know where this goes next. I mean, I kind of just pulled this up. I don't know whether I'm supposed to write up something and bring it, whether I hand it to city staff and let them write it. I mean, this is something I kind of brought to the table, so I don't know how much I own.
Do we have an ordinance already on that, Roger?
No.
There's nothing on the books. We don't have any noise ordinance enough there. And we're working on a noise ordinance, and we've got a rough draft of it. But particularly, we were sensitive to landscape contractors starting up at 6 in the morning, and starting buzzing. We got them down to nothing starts until 7:30.
The blowers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess so it sounds like you guys have already started something. Does that mean that I'm?
Yeah, we have a noise ordinance we've been working on for a couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I staffed the Airport Land Use Commission, they had a sheet of standard conditions, and that included all the stuff relating to aviation. And when you issued a permit or recommendation, it was an automatic thing, and every one of those things related to an aviation-involved project. So maybe what you're talking about is, even though it's in the uniform codes, fine, and it's just a reminder. So you can say, they can't say they didn't have a chance to go read the book.
Okay.
They got the sheet. So I got no problem with having a standard conditions for relating to noise or construction sites or whatever. I'd support that. You want to put that for an agenda item, or?
Depends on how close you guys are in that ordinance.
Yeah, well, take a look at the ordinance, yeah.
Maybe we look at the draft at least next
maybe
meeting.
we should wait and see where they go with the draft.
Yeah,
and take into consideration what you stated today.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hand this stuff over just for
Yeah,
your, not that you don't already have it, but I'd love to see that draft.
Yeah, when you got the draft ready, let us know, and that way
Okay.
we can add to it, modify it, and then get that thing through.
Cool.
Okay. It's okay with you?
Perfect.
Good. Okay. Rancho Vista Drainage, Commissioner Garrett.
Yeah, I brought this Christopher property up because I'm concerned about, they hit water over here when they're digging their earthquake fault coming down off the hill. And I'm concerned over here by these houses. I think they should do some more test drilling and have a soils report handed over to us and tell us how they're going to address this.
A geological survey.
Because what's happening there, they're hitting the surface water way over here by Nyland. So all that water comes out from the canyon over here where they're going to put the holding pond. So where they're putting the holding pond, we need some test drilling in there to see what's going to happen if that water's going to seep underneath them houses that are there now. And it won't take that much to do it. I mean, and then we have a report from the soils engineer that come back to us and explain how they're going to fix this situation. Because the water level out there in a wet year is probably 3 feet.
More than Creek Bridge was?
Yeah. Well, on the far side, what did you hit the water? How deep did you hit the water on the far by Nyland?
Toward the Manning side?
Yeah.
It's a little deeper down than it is over toward the Creek Bridge side.
Right.
Roger's probably going to explain a little bit to you on what's going on there, and if he doesn't know.
Because I'm just concerned about lawsuits later on down the road. So.
Yeah, and we just got the report today and the peer review, and then they'll be submitting us all those reports. I think when they were digging next to the island, I walked down in that trench, it was about 15 feet down, but then the water was coming out. As you got closer to Old San Juan Road, then it was about 7 foot deep, I think, right in there.
Oh, wow. But see, the thing right now, we're in a real drought, so that water is down, but I still think we need a few more test holes over here on this side, coming out of that canyon area right there.
Bob Fulton, Christopher Ranch. One of the things that's happening, if you look out in that field right now, the report Roger's referring to is the design level feasibility report, geologic report. And as part of that report, you look out there, you're going to see there's about 9 locations they've put what are called piezometers into the ground. And that's a device that goes deep into the ground and it measures the changes in water level throughout the year. Those will be in there through the winter into the spring of next year to help figure out exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
You know, your request for the report has been done. It's back. The city has a peer review to go through that report.
But the report that Roger got, didn't they turn it down, the people that looked at it?
The first one had some objections, and then they went back and then
they wanted more information.
More information.
And that's one of the reasons those piezometers are in there and why another trenching was done.
That's the only reason I like to see a couple more on this side, because you did all the core drilling on this side, right? Put down some holes.
Core drilling's been done over quite a bit of the property. I don't have a map here now, and it'll be in that report that Roger just got. And I know that the engineer was, we just talked to him today, and they're identifying the exact location for those devices for one of the maps. But that is what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to find out how much water, when, where, and what it's doing.
Yeah, because I know across the street they tiled all that property over there, and the Lavinier and Wyrick property.
Over on the other side of First Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You know, you've got that big divide where the fault is,
right.
And that's a blockage essentially that stops water from coming down in the canyon into going straight through. And that's why that area has a shallower water table than a lot of others. So.
That's the only reason I brought it up, to make sure we're covered.
Sure. You know, I know all those items are in process.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions on that one? Public? Nobody? Next item, fencing regulations. Staff.
Well, I think I was asked to.
I was too.
Yeah.
Probably by the same person.
I kind of would rather continue this. The only thing I would say is that perhaps we can just ask that fences in town come for a design review, rather than trying to determine exactly which fences are going to be allowable. We'll just have any fence come before us. Any new fence?
I think, one of the things, that I was concerned with was front fences, since it's most viewed at the public, and just coming up with some sort of guideline or regulations regarding that, distinguishing a fence versus a wall, how much air gap versus a solid wall, having the heights be very specific.
Well, when I brought this up last time, it was mentioned that the Mission has that wall, and that's, it's a wall.
It's 200 years old, though.
Well, no,
It's
that is
grandfathered in.
that's not it. But it'd just be easy to, unless it's replacement in kind, just to have it come before us.
I think the only downside to that might be, as it states right now, they don't have to. So the question may be, why do I have to come to design review? It says I can build it now.
Well, we would change that.
That's what you change.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, say, hey, new regulation. Like, say, you're making, there's new regulations, new ordinances tonight. That's all it takes. Or adopt a policy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is coming from the same place you are. I don't like to see a solid wall.
Grows on you.
Well.
Despite the fact it's a site, it's.
Now, do you want this just in the city, entire city, or just in the historical district?
I'd say in the city.
Entire city.
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of cropped up because of the property next door to mine, but I think the ramifications could have happened at any corner. This one specific was a stucco wall sitting 36 inches tall with pillars that are sitting almost 48 on a uphill blind corner that you can't see across. I mean, that in itself is damn near a Caltrans issue just with its sight line. You have to have a certain amount of sight line, and it's not there.
Yeah,
that on top of its being too close, 13 inches away from a fire hydrant. I mean, these are all things that I think if we either reconstructed the current fence code to kind of define it a little bit better and give a little bit more guidance.
The design guidelines has a section on 2.6 fences and walls. And then maybe you could, when we get into the skeetscape, take a look at that and exemplify that.
2.6?
It has 2.6. It has heights, design compatibility, materials, fence and walls, yeah.
Okay. You want to go continue this further discussion, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Public want to talk about fences?
Richard?
I like solid walls. I think my house would look nice with the wall like we have out here.
No, I like
It all
to.
depends on the style of the house, you know.
You have a picket, don't you have a picket fence?
I have a picket
Yeah, that
fence,
looks
yeah,
nice.
I'd like to have a solid one. But I think it all depends on the house. I mean, I like the solid walls. It goes with our city. That's mine.
I think just another, and I'll just throw this out, just food for thought, is another thing on the fences is, I mean, the way the current code is written, you can pretty much build a fence as long as you conform to this, and this. And if a property is going to be developed at a later date, I mean, this comes down to the similar to JJ's. It's not the one piece, it's the construction of the whole. So if there's a proposed development going on a property, that fence should hold until it goes through the complete
Right, the fence is
complete
usually the
site
last
review.
thing you put in.
It seems like the last few of these things have come forward and fences have gone up, and then they bring in the proposal, well, okay, now I want to build this. And it just seems to me that should be a portion of the whole package, not let's do what we can first, because it might not get approved if I do it as a whole, circumventing the process.
It's just that our current ordinances speaks to fences and walls. So,
Right.
Yeah, so it was, the wall's there. The wall's wall. there was no instructions in our current guidance saying that excluding walls.
No, but it also says 36.
But it should be called.
Yeah, I understand that. No, I understand that.
Fences and walls are not the same. They
Fences and
should
walls
be-
are not the same.
yeah.
Right.
And at corners, there's special
In the ordinance
issues
it
to
calls
it.
for
A lot of
both.
special
So,
issues
yeah.
in that corner. Yep,
Need to fine tune it.
yep, fine tune.
Okay, continue to November.
Continue to November.
Next, schedule for receiving agenda and packet. Commissioner Gradisson.
Yeah, I was just making the request if there's any way to get these packages earlier. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of you guys, I mean, again, I know the office staff is full throttle all the time and probably beyond that in the red zone. Sometimes it makes it really difficult getting these Friday night. That leaves me Saturday and Sunday, so if I'm on vacation Saturday and Sunday, might not even get my book if I've left early, which means I'm rushing around Monday to try to be prepared, Monday and Tuesday to try to be prepared. It just seems like it's a really short timeline. If there's any way to get these things even Wednesday or Thursday the week prior, even if it's partial, would certainly help me do my research, because I literally, today I came home early from work today and I spent hours going through and researching all this just because I think that's what the public expects out of me. That's my request.
Yeah.
It might be completely unrealistic, and
No,
that's fine.
I know the council asked us to get it a week ahead. It kind of pushes us because right after we get this, we're working tomorrow on the agenda and the package for the council. You know, so.
Well, you see, if you move us back, that gives you that much more time for the
Yeah.
counts. I tried. So yeah, if there's any way to get it any more than the Friday before, that would.
Even if it were electronic, you know, beforehand.
We'll see what we can do.
And again, even if it were just partial stuff, so at least I could research certain things, and if that means that the final, at least I'm not having to research a whole book full of things in a couple of days.
Yeah. Okay.
A polite
We'll see
request.
what we can accommodate, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Maybe there's just so much information you can accept and then disseminate time schedule, you know. After a certain date, you just,
Oh, yeah.
nothing goes in.
You'll have to wait till next month, sorry.
You have to wait till next month.
Yeah.
That might help them in the long run, I don't know.
It's an option.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could submit till a certain date as far as the staff is concerned, and after that, you're out of luck. You have to wait till the next month. Maybe
Yeah,
it might
no
help
exceptions.
you
Anything
to
after,
get that
anything after the
prepared,
20th
yeah, to
is-
us,
Yeah.
instead of waiting till the last minute.
And that's reasonable.
Yeah.
You set the date, say, this is the
Right.
deadline. If you don't like it, you'll see the planning commission. And we'll say, hey, we supported that deadline.
We're the enforcers.
No, I think that's important. I think I've run into this, and it's, you want to do a good job, and you can't do it if a guy comes in there, you know, day before the meeting and say, hey, I need, you know.
Yeah. In addition to that, it makes it somewhat difficult when you only meet once a month. And
Yeah.
if you miss it, then you got to wait another month.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, a strategic planning committee report.
Yeah, in brief, met on September 8th. There has been a lot of work by Teresa Lavanino getting the lawns done over at the schools and such. The first lawn is in, and I hear it's beautiful. I haven't been over there yet. She has been absolutely, I can't say enough about her. She
Yeah.
has been such a hard worker in this. I mean, I kind of look at what she's done with this project and
Yeah.
gone,
How
wow,
did you do that?
boy, how did you get that done?
I mentioned the tennis courts prior to that,
Yeah,
so she's been on a roll.
yeah. And I believe she's up for an award, is she not?
Yes, she is.
Yes, she
She's
is.
the city's choice for the National or
Volunteer.
Philanthropy Day.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
I remember that.
So good for her. Let's see, Youth Commission is accepting more applications through October 5th, so yesterday. They have, I think,
The deadline was extended to November 2nd.
oh, it was. Did we get any applications on that?
We got 3.
Okay, so I think there were 6 seats available or 5 seats available for the Youth Commission, and that's going outstanding. I hear they're having a great time and lots of fun, and some of these kids make me look like a slouch.
Well, starting early, they're going to be sharp kids when they get
Yeah,
into
I
the
know.
grades.
I can't wait to see it. It's neat to see. We had talked about molding San Juan Bautista into a green cities with solar as being an example. We had a long discussion again about solar initiative and requiring. It originally started houses, all new housing developments, requiring solar panels on houses, and we've kind of scaled that back a little bit to at least being solar ready to the roof with upgraded panels and the wiring and everything. So just slap on panels and go. And that's where that went. And then we're also going to be reworking some of the subcommittees that don't really fit. So we're going to be kind of re-instrumenting that a bit. And the visitor center is still doing outstanding stuff over at the bakery. Did I miss anything? Was that the highlights?
You got it all.
Yeah, I tried.
The Welcome Center.
The Welcome Center, excuse me.
Oh, welcome center.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for the discussion items. Future agenda items.
Defense.
Let's see, I have lot line adjustment for Vallis and site design, the hillside ordinance, matrix coming back, noise ordinance, constraint restrictions, and monument sign.
And earthbound.
Yeah.
That's scheduled, yeah.
And fences.
And fences.
Okay. Comments? Oh, is there any other items?
Should do it.
Sounds like enough.
Yeah.
Okay, future items, 9 comments. Commissioners, do you have any comments?
No comment.
I would like to thank the city, I think it's the city, for trimming the eucalyptus trees on the end of 3rd Street.
Yeah.
A lot of them were really looking like they could be trouble when in El Nino. Yeah. And on Saturday, the Library Auxiliary and the Historical Society are hosting an open house at Luck Park from 10 to 1. And we're going to have a really good video presentation of the then and now of 3rd Street, which I think will be very interesting. So we hope all the people who've lived here a long time will come and help identify what the buildings used to be and what was happening at the time.
Yep.
Okay.
Neighborhood Watch will be sitting at the booth
Oh, yeah.
at that same thing. We will be handing out stickers. We made up stickers. So we have stickers we're handing out to people. We have sign-ups. We also are going to be doing, if I can get the popcorn maker working, we're going to be doing popcorn. But we're also going to be, I think I'm going to be bringing out my laptop and trying to sign people up for Code Red. And that's where when you call 911 from the landline, they know where you're at. When you call 911 from a cell phone, they have no idea where you're at. And you can actually register your cell phone so that when I call from my cell phone, they go, oh, this is Eric Redisoff, and he lives at 1108 3rd Street. So I think I'm going to bring my portable Wi-Fi, my laptop, and try signing people up. If not, at least handing them the information.
You should put that on. I've posted the open house on Facebook. You should make that a comment.
I've got, there was so much information from our 911 meeting that I haven't even had the time to update the website, but there was invaluable information. Always call 911. Never call the non-emergency
Even if
lines.
it's not emergency.
All of the non-emergency lines go to 911 anyway. They automatically forward. So in San Benito County, Hollister included, call 911, emergency or non-emergency.
And then the call goes to Santa Cruz?
The call goes to Santa Cruz, they dispatch it from there. So when you call the 831-422 number for the non-emergency, the sheriff, it goes to 911. It goes to the same person you're calling when you call 911. It's just easier to dial 911. They actually said, let us triage the call.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got some comments. You finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, these are just thoughts that I had, things that were happening here. When projects are presented to the commission, they should be in harmony with the neighborhood. I think this is important as part of our general plan. Then there's a difference between a lot of record and a building site. A building site is where a house looks good. A lot of record is a line on a piece of paper. A proposed project may not be the best fit for the neighborhood. An example would be McMansions or houses out of scale with the neighborhood. There should be no outstanding fees to the city. All fees should be cleared with the administration before the commission reviews the project. Payment of outstanding fees should not be based on the sale and a project approval. Care must be taken to assure that adequate dust control measures are taken. Recycled water should be used. All water taken from city hydrants should be paid for as a cost of development. All applicants should be present at meetings where their projects are considered. In deference to the applicants, applications should be continued to allow the applicant to be present. The Commission is not in the business to help a developer maximize his investment on property by bending rules or creative interpretation. If the proposed project can't meet all the environmental and policy issues of the city, the project probably shouldn't be there. So like I said, as I see things happening, I'm going to bring this stuff up, and ultimately someday we'll be able to have a real smooth operation. And I would ask Commissioner Garrett if you would head up a bylaws committee to get bylaws for this commission and check with the clerks to see if anything's available, and then we can have operating rules for our own people. Like say one of them would be, like tonight, I wanted to see the applicant. And if the applicants aren't here,
You want to continue it?
I don't want to deal with the applicant's not here, because it's his project, not the city. We shouldn't be pushing it. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Can you handle that?
Try to.
Okay. As for volunteer at your convenience, and let us know when you got something you want us to work with. But you got the idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Smooth operations. Okay. City manager. Oh, yeah, city manager, and then
I think I've got pretty much our marching orders here. Work out.
One question I've got on the Clara project is, are they using recycled water? No, I know they're not using it. Are they paying the city for water?
Yeah, we wanted to get recycled water, but we're still hung up with the Region Water Quality Control Board of giving us the permit to use it. They're
Because
still holding fast that they want monitoring wells at each site and stringent testing that's costs and exceeds the cost of what we spent to develop the plant.
now, are they paying the city for the water that's coming out of the hydrants?
Oh, yeah, we issued them a water meter.
Are they using undrinkable water?
No.
Like, don't we have?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a hydrant, okay.
So we did the cemetery, but we can't use it either because they want to monitor
The reason
what they want to charge.
The reason I'm asking, and from the comments I had, the dust from that project is horrendous. We're getting some heavy-duty winds, maybe because of climate change or whatever, and it's just pouring through. My car looks like
I'll remind them to get the water truck and keep
I see them working at it, but I mean, you see like it's a whole dust storm flowing down. And like I say, right now, I guess it's going to be the worst because now is when they're going to be putting on the road and they did the stuff, but it has been a real pain. Okay. Do you have any other comments?
Nope.
Rudy?
No.
You get your chance. I mean, you may be last on the list, but you still got a chance.
But you're the last one on the list. That's even best.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second it, and thank the public for being here tonight, the staff for all the hard work,
10,
and our
11.
commissioners. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know I'm not going to